himself elected as Speaker of the House of Representatives. In spite of the fact that he didn't succeed in this endeavor, he was able to bring about a certain degree of reform within our lawmaking body. He then went on and ran for state treasurer, I believe it was, a state tax collector, Elected to that position, decided that we did not need any such position as a state tax collector. At that time, it was the most lucrative position in state government. Had he stayed there a few years, I suspect he would have been one of the most wealthy men in the state of Mississippi. He recognized the fact that the office served no useful purpose to the taxpayers of our state, and upon his initiative, that office was abolished. Later on, he ran and was elected as our state treasurer, served with distinction in that position, and then a few years later, decided he'd like to be governor of our state. And of course, you know the end result of that election. The man that defeated Mr. Winter was John Bell Williams, who established the fact during his administration that our state could pretty well get along without a governor. I've heard some other people make that statement. It's not just me saying it, it has been said before. Very little was accomplished during that administration. He decided to run for the position of lieutenant governor during the last election and was elected by a rather large majority vote of the people of this state. He is presently serving as your lieutenant governor. As lieutenant governor of this state, he's the presiding officer over the Senate. By virtue of this fact, he appoints the committees that considers legislation by the Mississippi Senate. It's been my pleasure to work with this man during the last 3 years, almost 3 years, as presiding officer of the Senate. I can truthfully say to you here this afternoon that he has more than given us a fair shake when it comes to considering legislation and matters of this kind. Governor, it's a real pleasure to have you with us here this afternoon. At this time, I'd like to present you to this convention. Governor William Winter.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, I thank you for asking me here today, and I'm glad to be here. I thank your president, my longtime friend Claude Ramsey, for introducing me and for the generosity of his introduction. He would have to bring up this business about my having been state tax collector. I've been trying to live that down. And that I recommended to the legislature that that office be abolished. What the legislature never did understand was that I was just kidding about that. They went ahead and did it. I was later running for state treasurer. I was campaigning up in Boonville. And I saw a group of prospective voters sitting under one of the trees on the courthouse lawn there in Boonville, and I went over and started shaking hands with them. One of the men identified me. He said, "You're that fellow that got your office abolished down there, ain't you?" And I said, "That's right." And I thought that would bring a favorable response from him, but without cracking a smile, he looked at him and said, "Fellow that ain't got any more sense than that, ain't got sense enough to be state treasurer." So you can't win sometimes. But I do appreciate very, very much the opportunity to be back before your convention. I have had this honor several times before, and I always welcome the opportunity of meeting with you and hopefully discussing with you some ideas, some objectives that I trust we share in common. I take it for granted that we're gathered here today amid some concern, not only as to the economic situation in our country, but as to the political direction of our country. We've gone through some rather excruciating experiences in this country in the last year or two. They have resulted, and I say this as a public official, they have resulted, I think, in a loss of confidence on the part of many people and their elected and appointed public officials. There is an increased cynicism, I think, about the entire political process. And the job that you and I have to do, and I think it's a job that cannot be done within the political structure, it's got to be done by the total body politic, is to create an atmosphere in this state and in this country where we can have a renewed sense of faith and confidence in our political process and in those whom we elect to public office. Some of the fault, of course, lies with us who have come before you asking for your support. We have tended to be less than frank and less than candid on too many occasions. We are faced as a result with a gap, a considerable gap between what we have promised and how we have performed. We have come with the promise that we are a society committed to the worth and the dignity of the individual. And yet we have found ourselves increasingly depersonalizing people with all of the massive complexes of our structures of business and government, where a number has become more important than a name, and concern for concentration of power has become more important than concern for the welfare of the individual citizen. We have come with promises that we are a society where justice is even-handed and expeditiously applied. And yet we have seen the great disparity of the application of justice based on so many subjective factors, based on social status and economic well-being. Our promise has been that we are a society where rule of law is an adequate substitute for the law of the jungle. And yet we have seen a continuing pattern of violence and terror that makes living for many people in this country today a fearful and distrusting process. Our promise has been that we have a great economic and production system that is capable of withstanding all assaults. And yet we come here today seeing the specter of inflation gnaw away at our vitals and without yet any effective remedy having been proposed. Our promise has been that ours is a land that has a destiny that will last through the crises of this and other times. And yet there's nothing written into the history books that guarantees that this will be so. It will be so only if enough of us gathered here in this room today and throughout this land of ours, concerned for the welfare of our land and all of the people of this land, will commit ourselves to doing what is required to see that we do sustain our political and economic system. We're living today in a time of unprecedented growth here in the state of Mississippi, where according to testimony presented to us last week by those so-called experts who plot the trends of growth in this economy of ours, that we're living in a state where there has been an unprecedented economic growth over the last few years. And the projection for that growth is still maintained in the charts and the graphs that are presented, at a very high percentage level, better than 12%. The only trouble is that inflation has made meaningless so much of this unprecedented growth. Double-figure inflation has cut the heart out of double-figure economic growth, with the result that there's very little real growth left until we come to grips with inflation. Living here in this rich land, in this rich state, I'm reminded of a book that the great late Georgia writer Lillian Smith wrote a number of years ago, entitled Killers of the Dream. And the thesis of that book was that we live in this best of all possible worlds with unparalleled opportunities in front of us, with dreams of a better life for more of us, and yet we allow the killers of the dream to come in and cut short the fulfillment of that which ought to be realized. Some of the killers of the dream that Lillian Smith referred to in that book written a number of years ago had to do with those selfish, special, but powerful interests that thwarted the will of the rank and file of the citizenry of the communities and the states and the country to make those decisions that would ensure the maximum possible development of all of our people. Prejudice, plain old race prejudice, which was then so obvious, which hopefully in this area of the country has been appreciably diminished. Class prejudice, economic prejudice, the kind of judgments that were made of people based not on what his intrinsic, basic inner worth was, but on the basis of what his social standing was, of what his club memberships were, of what sort of special pull he had. And these judgments, this kind of judgment-making process has been a killer of the dream for so many of our people. People who have grown up with the expectation that they did live in a land where the sky was the limit. And the only limitation on it was the willingness, the motivation of the person to achieve. And then to run into all of these artificial barriers out there that negated the promise of the dream. There was a Mississippi writer, some of you read him, who lived up at Greenville, Mississippi, named David Cone. David Cone wrote a delightful book about Mississippi entitled Where I Was Born and Raised. Great story of the people of this state. David Cone wrote just before his death a few years ago on another occasion, not about Mississippi, but about humanity in general, I suppose. He wrote that what a tragedy it was that with heaven in sight mankind so frequently insists on marching perversely into hell. We do that from time to time with heaven in sight, with the goals of accomplishment, of achievement out there. We let our worst elements somehow make the wrong decisions. And as a consequence, the will of the people, the dreams, the visions of the people are thwarted and stunted and made meaningless. Well, all this is by way of saying that we are at a point now where we've got to establish, if we're going to save this system of ours, if we're going to realize here in this good state of Mississippi of ours the achievement of our maximum potential, we've got to establish some hard-nosed priorities. And we've got to decide, really decide what kind of state we really want. Whether we have no higher commitment than just to maintain a more or less comfortable status quo for those who have it made, or whether we're going to use our resources, our total resources, our human resources, our natural resources, our production resources, to provide a better way of life and a higher standard of living, not just for some of our people, but for all of our people. And that's a commitment we have to have. And it's a commitment that has to be supported by enough people in this state. To some extent, of course, it's a matter of leadership, of public and political and citizen leadership, of helping to give our citizens an understanding and a vision of what we can do, and more than that, what we must do. As I said a few moments ago, too much of our so-called leadership has in the past been directed at trying to frighten or confuse, to protect rather than to lead. And if I read the mood of the people correctly as I travel around this state, as I do all the time, I think they're tired of being kidded and trifled with, of being told a lot of things that they know are not so. And I believe that they will respond to a hard-nosed, tough decision-making kind of leadership. But they will respond only if the appeal of that leadership is credible, and only if it's designed to serve the maximum public good. So what are some of these specific priorities that I have been talking about? First of all, I think the priority of preparing our people as well as they can be prepared for living meaningful, productive lives has to be the number one priority. Call it what you will, education, the preparation of our citizenry for citizenship, the process by which we ensure, to the extent that we are capable of doing that, and one of the ways, of course, is through the increased commitment of our financial resources to the cause of education, to the support of our school systems, the teachers who teach in the classrooms, and the gearing of those school systems at all levels and in every area of the state to do the best possible job to prepare our young men and our young women individually, on the basis of their individual needs, their uniquely individual needs, based on the talent, the God-given talent that they have been given, to do as much with their lives as they possibly can. And this isn't something that we have any choice about. This is an obligation that we have and we must fulfill, that we must do on the basis of a continuing year-to-year commitment to seeing that our system of education is going to produce the maximum number of capable, qualified, talented people to man the structures of our society, every level, without any false external social values that attach, but of giving as much dignity and as much status to the man or the woman who mans the machine or who works with his hands as to the man or woman who has some kind of special intellectual skills. We've got to eliminate this difference in social status between jobs and see to it that people are rewarded not only financially and economically, but in terms of their standing, their stature in the community and in society, regardless of these external ideas about the social status of the particular work they do. We're all in this together, building the best country, the best society, the best communities we can. We need for our people to be performing these roles in a way satisfying to them and without external social pressures on them. A second priority that I would suggest, and this is based on some personal experiences and observations that I've recently had, is that we must improve the quality of our health care in this state, particularly for those many unfortunate people who are mentally and physically handicapped, so many of whom have been relegated to a dark corner of society and literally forgotten. How many of you have been out to the state hospital at Whitfield lately? I went out there a few weeks ago, and I found that there are a lot of people out there that we've forgotten, that we've neglected. And we've got a lot of catching up to do in terms of how we handle these people. They are human beings. They have the same sensitivity that you or I have, the same sensitivity to cold and heat, to pain. And too many of them are living there because of our neglect in situations of physical discomfort. And I think we've got to make an increased commitment to see to it that those conditions are remedied. How many of you have been by one of our mental retardation centers lately? Down at Ellisville or the Central Mississippi Center out here at Whitfield? And while the physical facilities there are better than they have been in the past, they still leave a lot to be desired, and more than that, they are inadequate for the needs of our people. I had a mother come into my office the other day with a little 8-year-old boy in her arms with brain damage from birth, blind and deaf. And she laid him on the couch and she said, "I've carried him as far as I can carry him, and I want you to help me get him in one of the schools. But," she says, "they tell me that it's a year or more on the waiting list before we can get him in. And unfortunately, she was right. We still have so much to do here in terms of upgrading the quality of our institutions that care for the physically and the mentally neglected of our society. We still have a good ways to go. As far as we've come, we still have a good ways to go to provide decent and adequate housing for our people. We've made a lot of progress here, but we're slowing down now. I don't have to tell you that. High interest rates, inflation, and the almost priced out of existence of the individual family home for so many people. We're going to have to come with some programs both at the national and hopefully at the state level that will give more people the opportunity of living in decent housing, which after all is the fundamental basis of our whole framework of life. The family unit, which is a troubled unit in our society today, that basic framework of living the family unit rests as much as anything else on its ability to live in a decent house, a responsibility that we have to our fellow citizens. Within the political process itself, there are some things that we need to do. We have had too much government in secrecy in this country. I hope that the next session of the Mississippi legislature will pass an effective open meetings law that will guarantee the access of the public to the basic decision-making process at all levels of government, that will help ensure not only that those decisions are made in the right atmosphere and for the right reasons, but that will ensure an understanding, an increased understanding on the part of more people as to the basis for those decisions. And if we'll do that, in my opinion, we'll get a better performance from those of us who are privileged to hold public office. And we will get a better acceptance on the part of the citizenry of the decisions that we make. And in connection with that, I hope that we can see an increased performance, an increased standard of performance, an increased sense of responsibility on the part of more of us who are there in the political arena. I have no illusions, and let me be absolutely candid about this. I have no illusions that a legislature or a Congress can, by the passage of a bill, the reduction of ideas to words, legislate public or private morality. And I don't think that we can guarantee that the millennium is going to be achieved simply by the passage of legislation. But there is certain legislation that I think we ought to give serious consideration to that would tend to, if it would not in fact completely, eliminate the so-called conflicts of interest on the part of public officials. This is not an easy process, and one for which I have no magic simple formula. But I think it is important. from the standpoint of preserving the integrity of our political process, and here again, the reduction of cynicism on the part of the people toward it, that we make some efforts, at least formally, to establish some standards of performance for public officials. Finally, in a government that gets more complicated and larger year by year, and a growing bureaucracy that extends now to state and even local government, I think we have a responsibility to try to see to it that we eliminate where we can areas of duplication, areas of inefficiency, streamlining as well as we can, although here again, this is not a simple process either. But hopefully trying to make government keep pace with the needs and respond to the requirements of this complicated society that we're living in. We've got to do it. And state government and local government are growing faster now than the federal government. And as far as I'm concerned, in the state of Mississippi, we need to take a long, hard look in an effort to improve the performance of our multitude of bureaus, agencies, commissions, and departments, to see to it that we get our money's worth, and to see to it that they function as efficiently and as effectively as they can. None of these items which I have mentioned are going to come about simply or automatically, nor indeed are they going to ensure, as I've already said, that we will have achieved perfection in the political process. But these are some obvious areas that I come here recommending to you and imploring you, as a matter of fact, to join in helping to bring about some action so that we can at least say that as citizens of this state, we are making this kind of contribution not just for ourselves, but what is so much more important, for the perpetuation, to ensure the perpetuation of the greatest political and economic system ever devised. But it's going to take some hard-nosed action, and in that it's going to take the support of men and women, interested citizens like you here in this room today, you and your colleagues in this organization. The longer I stay in public life, the more I'm impressed, really, with how little can be done by anybody, the governor, the lieutenant governor, the members of the legislature, except and unless we are supported by intelligent, enlightened public opinion that will help us, help sustain us in doing some of the hard, tough things that have to be done if we're going to keep faith with a new generation of people. And I don't want my grandchildren 20, 30 years from now looking at me, and I know you don't want yours looking at you, and saying amid the chaos, hopefully that they will be spared, why didn't you do some things that needed to be done while it was still time? We have the time, but the time is running out. And it's going to take some tough, hard-nosed decision-making to see to it that we sustain ourselves. I believe that you have that commitment, and I believe you are willing to undertake that task. I hope you are, and I'd like to join with you in seeing that some of these things that will sustain our country, sustain our system, are brought to pass while it's still time. Thank you very much.
Very much, Governor. I didn't mention in my introduction remarks to you that I had a sneaking suspicion you might be thinking about running for the top office again next year. I listened to your remarks rather closely. I didn't find any indication that you had yet announced the fact that you want to be governor of Mississippi. But in the event you do decide to make the race again, and in the event that you are successful this time around, I want to extend to you an invitation to address this next convention as governor of our state. Best of luck to you. We'd be happy to have you spend an afternoon with us. Governor Winter, as usual, has put it on the line like it really is. And, Governor, you got my assurance of our cooperation all the way up and down that line. Before we bring on the next speaker, I got a couple announcements to make. Brother Fitzhugh, the chairman of the Constitution and Bylaws Committee, has asked me to announce that it's very urgent that he have an immediate meeting of his committee. Let me call out the names of the members of that committee in the event somebody might have not been here when I called them out earlier. Jones Fitzhugh, Charlie Horn, Mary Brandt, M.L. Perry, R.R. Kelly, Joe Davis, Howard Underwood, Louis Turner, Raymond Tucker, and Dorothy Jones, sorry. Meet Brother Jones Fitzhugh outside for just a few minutes. I've also been asked to announce that a 1974 Ford pickup truck, tag number PLD 727 with a Simpson County license plate, and on the north side of the Holiday Inn has someone blocked. If you're the owner of that truck, would you please try to move it? As our next speaker has arrived. Brother Knight outside before we convened this session of the committee, of the convention, and told him, I said, well, you know, you own this afternoon. I guess you know your way up to the podium, and I hope that you have some real candid remarks for the convention this afternoon. He says, well, I don't know. He says, I've been running around this hotel so much, trying to take care of everything, see that everything's in order, that I haven't really had an opportunity to get ready to say anything. I said, Brother Knight, if I know you correctly, you're not going to have too much trouble finding something to talk about. And I said, anyhow, I didn't put myself on the agenda, as you'll note. Therefore, you're going to have to make my speech and yours too, which he's very capable of doing. Now, of course, I've been working with Tom for a number of years, as many of you have. And I'm sure that all of you acknowledge the fact that he's a very dedicated trade unionist, that he works overtime in trying to make this a very effective organization. And Tom, I was just kidding about all that time you spent down here with that blonde-headed woman this morning. I see your wife's still in the audience. I was just joking about all of that, Miss Knight. I didn't really mean any of it. He was really down here on business. Tom, it's my privilege and pleasure to present you now to the convention. Brother Thomas Knight, the Honorable Thomas Knight.
Thank you, President Ramsey. Before I start, is Mr. G.W. Clark in the house? Mr. Grantham has a phone call for you over at the door, please. Thank you. Delegates and guests, it's good to see you. I think I'd be ahead probably if I just said that and sat down after the distinguished speakers that you've had. I understand that there's been a few words said about me here while I was out of the room. This is the first time we've ever had to build a facility to hold the convention in. If we went into all that, you wouldn't believe it, you know. You really wouldn't. It's been a pleasure to have served you for many years as your Secretary-Treasurer, to have tried to serve you at least. I'm sure that we have many delegates here this afternoon that are attending their first state convention. We should have, brother. There are probably those that are not here that should be here from the new local unions and newly affiliated local unions across the state. And of course, for the additional affiliations, we are grateful. We're grateful to them. We are grateful to their international unions. We are grateful to everybody who may have had a part in expressing to these local unions and stressing to them the importance of them becoming part of the mainstream of the labor movement. Now, insofar as the Secretary-Treasurer part of my duties, I can report to you that we are operating in the black as far as it goes, you know. However, we have to be very careful as to how we operate and how far we go. Unfortunately, we have for some time, for a number of years, had to sit down and spend considerable time before undertaking any project, large or small, to try to figure out, well, have we got money enough to do this, or can we do it partly, or have we got a down payment on it, you know? And of course, President Meany and the AFL-CIO have been real good to us. They recognize that we are the last part of the horse that goes over the fence, you know, and that we have needed assistance, and they have graciously come through with that assistance. And some of that assistance has been cut out, my friends, and we're just around the corner from where that other tree is going to be chopped down in the road ahead of us. So we're going to fool around here before too long, and we're going to be out there by ourselves, you know. So that's something that we need to think about. Insofar as the finances of your organization is concerned, the books have been audited under the provisions of the Constitution by a certified public accountant. Of course, not the one that audits Nixon's and Rockefeller's books, but they have been audited. And of course, that audit has been inspected and approved by a committee appointed by President Ramsey under terms of the Constitution. And before you on your table, I'm sure you have a form addressed to me. A long time ago, we quit printing this in book because it isn't anything, only just material for the Mississippi Economic Council, the Mississippi Manufacturers Association, and you name it, to have to go in their files to throw back at us. So you do, as affiliates, the people paying the freight, have that right. And if you want a copy, you fill out that form and send it to us, and we'll see that you get just that. We're not trying to hide anything. We're certainly not going to put our audit out here for Tom, Dick, and Harry to take and throw back at us in the form of brickbats. And I think you'll approve of that. When we met in 1972, which was more than 2 years ago as it happened this time, we had an affiliation of 185 local unions, a little over 34,000 members. Today, again, thanks to you and thanks to many people, we have approximately 42,000 members, 222 local unions. And you know what, that's still just about half of what we got. So you see, in reality, my friends, this organization, designed under the structure of the AFL-CIO, to bring together all of its affiliated unions, regardless of the craft or the trade or the profession or whatever that may be, into local central bodies and into the state organization, to work on problems of mutual interest we still have a good half of our labor family that have, as a result of a little family quarrel or family difference, have gone off out there and sat down behind a log or under a bush, and they're still pouting at their expense and ours, while the business community laughs it up and says, hot dog, we got them jokers divided. Now we'll move in for the kill. That's exactly what the situation is as we sit here today. So I say to you, and I say it as sincerely as I know how, and I've said it many times, and I think I speak for President Ramsey and the entire executive board that you chose to serve you, that we need you to go out there in your community, your area, and we need you to contact the leadership in these unions that are sitting out there for one reason or another isolated from the labor movement. Evidently, they think that their collective bargaining agreement is in pretty good shape compared to things as they are today. They've got a pretty good grievance procedure, and they've got pretty fair wages and maybe a little built-in cost of living increase, and their grievance procedure is functioning pretty good, and consequently their pay is pretty good on payday, and they're getting their contract enforced as it is, and they have completely forgot about the fact that the state legislature or the Congress of the United States, or even in the administration of some of our laws, they'll wake up some morning and find their shirt and pants gone. It just don't make sense to me, and I don't think it makes sense to you for us to live in such a haphazard fashion. You know and I know that the business community is organized from the ground up and from the top down to the ground, my friends. And as we've said many, many times, we have the forces. If we can just get them all in the right place at the right time, doing the same thing at the same time, we can really turn this state around. Yes, we've come a long way. The organization has grown. But let me tell you something, and these gray hair in my head and these wrinkles in my boyish face, I think, well, I don't think you see a fella that's 29 years old and a little better that's got as many wrinkles as I got. The demands on the full-time officers, me and this man sitting here, have doubled. They have doubled. Now, I'm not complaining. We stood up after being elected by you, and we taken an oath of office which said that we'd go out there with whatever we have, wherever we can get it together, and do whatever needs to be done the best we know how. But I'm just simply stating facts when I tell you that the responsibility of the full-time officers of this organization have become monumental, my friends. And the only way that I think we are able to stand up is that we got an attitude like a snake, a constitution like a bull rhino, and a hide like a bull elephant. Now, that's just about what it takes. Now, you folks, you local union officers, you business agents, you international union representatives, you're out there, my friends, organizing the unorganized, you're negotiating these agreements, you're trying to help enforce these agreements and extend the fruits of trade unionism to the workers. And while you do that, we're charged with a responsibility of bringing us all together into one house, into one group, in the field of public relations, political education and political action, and legislative action designed to preserve what we have fought for and what we have won over the years, and to do our very best to keep them from stealing anything else from us. We have, every time called upon, where there wasn't a jurisdictional dispute, we have participated in various organizing campaigns to help organize the unorganized. And we're happy to say that there has been progress in this field, and there's something else that we're grateful for, and you'll hear more about this. We do have a coordinated organizing effort in the Tupelo area. Brother Nick Zonerich, who is here, the organization director for the Industrial Union Department. Steve Williams, the coordinator, and a number of international unions involved and a considerable staff. We just decided that we'd go to Tupelo and area and we'd really give them something to dream about. And I think we're really creating some bad, bad dreams at night for the employers and that die-hard business community in Tupelo and surrounding territory. And it was at the request of our executive board, of course initiated by the people in Tupelo. President Ramsey got in touch with Director Zonerich. Then a number of things transpired. Letters to President Abel of the Industrial Union Department. We're happy that they saw fit, that they saw enough potential in northeast Mississippi that they would come down and lend us the services of their talents and their experience. They have a nice office, and I'm sure that any of you that are in the area around Tupelo, for anywhere in the state would go by, they'd love to see you. And I think I can say, and they'll tell you, that the Tupelo area labor movement has supported them and is continuing to support this effort. And we have a selfish motive naturally. We want those people organized, and we want those local unions affiliated with the state AFL-CIO and the central body in the respective areas. About the time we met, 1972, we were fixing to get involved in congressional campaigns. And of course, we were about to become involved in a presidential election. And I don't have to waste your time and waste the convention's time by going into a lot of that stuff with you. That happened. We had Watergate hovering all around us here in Mississippi. We had good congressional candidates in the 2nd District, the 4th District, and the 5th District. You know, when they started bringing those suitcasefuls of money into Mississippi that you have heard so much about for 2 years now, and it's got a lot of people in the penitentiary and others going. When they started bringing that into this state and they started that propaganda campaign, I don't have to tell you what happened. And today, as we meet here, the ghost of a man whose entire political career was devoted to helping make the rich richer and the poor poorer, and to doing everything in his power against the people that work for a living, still hangs over us. And we got his hand-picked man in the White House who made the statement that he wasn't a Lincoln, but he wasn't an A model. I got news for you, he is in fact a T model. And in addition to the Nixon landslide in 1972 over the gentleman from the Badlands of South Dakota, we fell heir to 2 Republican congressmen in Mississippi that have not helped the situation. They were committed when they went there. They're still committed insofar as we know. We have endorsed, our people in the 4th Congressional District have endorsed Kenneth Dean, who you met today, the Democratic nominee. We'll talk about a little bit more later. And of course, our folks in the 2nd District have again endorsed Congressman David Bowen for re-election. Congressman Bowen will be here tomorrow. And of course, Ken will be addressing the convention a little later. But I think every time we get into a political campaign, my friends, we learn a lot. We really get educated. We find out just how dirty they can play. And it's a funny thing. When labor endorses a candidate, you know, he automatically becomes a target of the Main Street crowd, of the Capitol Street gang, of the silk stocking row, or the limousine liberals, or whatever you want to call it. And we've got an added problem in our battle in the political arena. I think we talked about it before, but I think we have to talk about it again now. You know, we battled for years in this organization to bring equality under the law and dignity and justice to the working people, regardless of the color of their skin or how big or how old or how young or how little they were or what their job was or where they lived. And I don't have to tell you it got real tough, because we had some people within our own ranks that were ready, my friends, to throw in the towel on their trade union because they felt like that it had turned its back on something that great-grandpa believed in 100 years ago. We finally got over that. We didn't look too good when we got over it, but thank God we got over it. And we can meet together now. We can organize, we can negotiate contracts, and we can endorse candidates, and we don't have to stop to think about who's doing what the color is, or anything about it. We're all in this business together. And you know what? Some of these politicians in the business community have decided they'll try another gimmick, my friends, and it's working a little bit too well at this point. Yes, they are ready to sit down with people with skins of a different color. But you know what they're doing? They're picking them very careful, and they're getting the silk stocking crowd. You know, the elite set, the Cadillac crowd. We got a situation in the city of Jackson, and I guess you noticed there was nobody here from the city administration in the city of Jackson. Well, this city hall, insofar as the working people of this city is concerned, is vacant, my friends. It is absolutely vacant, and I'd say that if Russell Davis and Tom Kelly and little pretty boy Shanks were sitting on the front seat. The labor movement in Jackson, Mississippi decided a number of months ago that they had had all they wanted out of that gang at City Hall, and as far as they was concerned, that we could just go right on and never know they was around. So the next time you come back, there won't be any of that gang here. We just simply can't stand that kind of human flesh in this hall. And you know what's being done? They're forming coalitions, my friends. Yeah, blacks, whites, the limousine crowd, the pseudo-intellectuals, the Cadillac liberals, the so-called do-gooders, and some of them never worked a day in their cotton-picking life. And you know what that coalition's doing? It is an anti-labor organization, designed, my friends, to bamboozle and manipulate and propagandize the working people. Listen to this real good. Black and white, old and young, no matter where you are, what you do, or where you come from, but if you work for a living, that coalition is designed to defeat you in every political campaign and on every other occasion where your welfare is at stake. And it's not only going on in Jackson, Mississippi, it's going on all over Mississippi. I believe it's worse here than it is at any other place in this state. And it's going on at the state level, too. So what does that say to us? It says to us that we have to double our efforts. We have to go back in our bag of tricks. We have to reach back here in our hip pocket. And we got to come up with them Cope dollars, ladies and gentlemen. You know, for too long, the people in the other states in this country have contributed Cope dollars, and they have elected people to the Congress that have voted for legislation that benefits every last one of us, and up to this point, we have contributed very little. So we have to reach back there, and we have to pull out an extra dollar or two. And we have to involve some more rank-and-file union members. We got to involve some more of the wives, some more of the husbands, some more of the sons, the daughters, the mother-in-laws, the in-laws, the outlaws, the friends and the neighbors, and get them in our political organization, an organization that's trying to elect people all the way from constable, justice of peace to president of the United States, that has some concern and some commitment and guts enough to carry it out for the working people. So that's the question I asked you this afternoon. As one of your officers, are you here today on October 21, 1974, with your guns loaded and aimed in the right direction, and are you ready and willing to go back? Are you ready and willing to mobilize your membership? Are you ready and willing to get out there and talk to them local unions that are sitting out there that are not participating and not cooperating with anybody else? Are you ready and willing to roll up your sleeves and open your collar and sock it to them? When you are, that's when we're going to do it. And I would hope you keep in mind tomorrow when you nominate and elect officers. And when the officers are elected and when they receive the obligation, that those officers alone are not going to get the job done. Now, you're just kidding yourself if you think that. And I would hope that you would make up your mind that when that's done, that you are ready to continue and that you are ready to go back, and that you are ready and willing to double your efforts in this behalf. Because I'm telling you, and you know it, that our very welfare, our very future depends on what the working people do. Senator Mondale this morning mentioned the Depression days. Now, some of you out there won't remember like some of us 29-year-old people. But let me tell you, it might be just as well maybe that you don't remember it. But you know the labor movement in this country, and it wasn't nearly as strong then as it is now. Never wavered. It served as a solid as a rock of Gibraltar, served as a stabilizing force in those dark days, and got out here and helped elect a president of the United States that had the ability and the will and the commitment and the guts to put this country back on the right road. And I say to you in 1974 and come 1976 that organized labor in this country is again in position, if we'll get every member, but not just a skeleton crew, but every single member mobilized and committed, we can turn this country around and clean out that frazzling garbage at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue and once again put this country on the road. What are we going to do about it? That's another question I have for you. What are we going to do about it? Then on the subject of legislative action, we have to follow up on any success that we have in politics at any level. And I want to emphasize the state legislature. We had a series of workshops last year. This is in President Ramsey's category, really, in his department. But as he told you, he hadn't really got on the program yet. But he's going to get on a little later because of the schedule we've had to follow. Had a series of workshops where we asked members of the legislature to come out. We had pretty good attendance of both the legislature and our folks. We've talked many times that we think that's one of the most valuable things that has been done. And I can say to you, and I can say in all sincerity, that the respect for the labor movement in Mississippi has improved in the legislature like you wouldn't really believe. I've been over there in the corridors of that Capitol some years back, and there are those of you who have been there more than I have, when there wasn't but 2 or 3 members of that legislature that would stop and talk to you at all about anything. They just didn't want to be seen talking to anybody who was readily identified as a representative of the labor movement. But I can tell you now that Claude Ramsey can walk through that Capitol. He's over there more than the rest of us. And every member of that legislature will speak to him and will stop and talk to him anywhere about anything. Now, I didn't say that everybody over there is going to vote with us. I didn't say that. You'd know better than that. But I'm simply telling you that the labor movement is respected in the corridors of the Mississippi Capitol. I'm simply telling you that when President Ramsey or when anybody else testifies before a subcommittee or a committee in the House or the Senate, that he gets their attention. And I'm simply saying to you that his views and his ideas are respected over there. Now, he didn't do this all by himself. This started back there at home when we got out there and got busy and elected members of the legislature, people that were our friends. We still have some that we need to leave out there at home. And come next year, we're going to be found trying to do that, I think. But those people have found through our legislative action program that we are indeed interested in the same thing they are, in doing what is best for all of the people in this state. They have found that nobody has ever thought of using an axe handle on one of them, or a crooked handle walking stick, or a ball-peen hammer. But our approach is to simply take a position, a firm position, one we believe is right, one we believe is just, and to sit down and discuss the merits of the thing or the demerits as the case might be. And they've come to know this. But listen, let me tell you, I don't care how much time is spent over there. I don't care how much ability the person that spends it over there has got. And let me tell you something, you have to know what you're doing when you go over there. As I told the people in these workshops, you don't have the time or the place for a briefcase with you. You don't have room even for a yellow pad. You got to know it, you got to have it up here. House bill so-and-so, Senate bill so-and-so, and this subcommittee, that full committee, so forth and so on. You got to know. You got to know who the chairman of the committee is. You got to know who the members of the committee is. You got to know what you're talking about. You got to know about the merits and the demerits of the legislation. But you know what? Your legislative representative can walk his legs off over there up to his knees. And he's really not going to get the job done unless the people back home let their legislators know how they feel. That's the reason you get the legislative report. If there's a particular piece of legislation before a subcommittee, or before a full committee, or before the House or the Senate, or both, and you are asked to contact your senator or your representative, as the case may be, and let them know what our position is over the weekend. Listen, friends, don't play around with that. Get out there and do that, because you're the one that votes for them. You're the one that votes for them. And that is important if our legislative program is going to work. It just has to be. It can't all be done over here. There's just no way. Then, of course, we have to, of necessity, we have to do our best to stay in touch with the members of the congressional delegation. As most of you know, our legislative program is implemented at the national level, mostly by AFL-CIO, our legislative department, and the various international unions. But we do, when we can, and we encourage you. You know, I talked to a congressman about a piece of legislation, and I was talking to him pretty hard, and he says, you know, you're the only one that said anything to me about that. How do you think I felt? The only one that said anything to me about that. Nobody writes them, nobody calls them. Write them a note, and tell them how you feel about any piece of legislation. Now let me just briefly touch on the political campaigns that we're in. As I mentioned to you, we've endorsed, our people in the districts have endorsed 2 candidates for Congress. Congressman Boyd. His record's not what we think it ought to be. But then we knew when he went there he wasn't going to vote like we wanted him to on every single issue. But I can tell you this, he's a country mile ahead of what was there before him. And we're trying to relieve Congressman Cochran of his duties in Washington come January. And I don't think that I have to tell you, I don't think the press is here at the moment. It's an uphill fight. You see, the battle in the 4th Congressional District, and this is something that disturbs me. Let's go back to the primary in June. There's a potential over 210,000 votes in the 4th Congressional District. You know how many voted in the Republican and Democratic primary? A little over 46,000. Where are the people at? You know, a lot of our own people have the attitude that, well, they're all dirty, they're all crooks. If they're not stealing now, they will be the first day in office. Well, I tell you, it has been discouraging. It's been rather frustrating. But listen, my friends, we can't quit, you know. We simply can't quit. We have to encourage our people. We have to remind them that the only way in the world this system works and works like it ought to is for the people to participate. Now, this poor turnout in this district here is the way the wrong people get elected. The wrong people. So the job that we have to do in these campaigns is to not only inform the people as to what the issues are, how the candidates stand, what their positions are, but we got to try to get people to the polls on election day, you know. We've got to try to get them to the polls. In this district, it's not a battle between Ken Dean, the labor-endorsed candidate, happens to be the Democrat, and Thad Cochran, the Republican. It is the working people versus the Capitol Street gang. And the tough spot is Hinds County and Jackson. So I'm just simply reminding the people from the 4th Congressional District that we've been making a little racket. We've got some ruffles on the water, but we still haven't got the job done. And between now and 6 o'clock on November the 5th, we've got to get the working people to the polls. If we'll do that, like we're capable of doing, then we're going to win when the votes start coming in. If we don't do that, we're not going to win. We'll have a caucus, hopefully, between now and Wednesday, of the people from the 2nd District and the people from the 4th District. Then we've got another problem. And this is all I'm going to say about political education. We have a problem in the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party is split at the national level. The Democratic Party is split in Mississippi. And you know, this really, I imagine, gives the Republicans a lot of enjoyment. Now, as an organization, we are nonpartisan. But I'm sure that individually, we're nearly all Democrats. And I've been working and voting for the nominee of the Democratic Party since I was 21 years old. And I am a Democrat this afternoon, October 21, 1974, without prefix. I am a Democrat, period. And I say to you that if the factions of the Democratic Party in Mississippi, we have the loyalists, we have the regulars. If there is an effective Democratic organization that comes into being in Mississippi that can successfully carry the banner and can successfully carry this state, then I think pretty strongly this afternoon that that fight is going to have to be led by AFL-CIO in Mississippi. And if the Democratic Party is to come together as it should and as it has to at the national level, then the AFL-CIO again is going to be the coordinating factor in that effort. Somehow or other, they get hot and they get cold. They come and go. They go way off to the right or they go way off to the left. But I think us folks in the trade union movement, as I said earlier, have been right there all the time, right in the solid middle of the road, the straight and narrow road that leads to good democratic government. We haven't wavered over the years. We've been there. We was the same way back. We're the same now, standing for the right kind of an America that we've always stood for, and we'll be standing there in the future. You'll be called on during this convention to take action on a number of things that are very important to this organization. They're very important to every local union, every single union member and their family. And I think, as I look over this group, that we have the talent here and that we have the know-how to make whatever judgments that ought to be made here in everything that comes before this convention, and that we have the kind of dedication in this room that will go back to the four corners of this state and implement it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Brother Knight. You were a man that has run himself to death building this hotel, getting ready for this convention. I must say you did a very commendable job. Your marks were well taken, and I'm sure the delegates at this convention will take it at heart, and when the time comes, they will produce. Thank you very much for doing such a good job, Tom. Has our next guest arrived? Brother Norman Hill, is he out front there? Is he ready? Would you bring him on in, please? All it does would be come up with the best-looking escort committee of the day, don't you think? We are really privileged here this afternoon to have an old friend with us, Norman Hill, the Deputy Director of the A. Philip Randolph Institute, is no stranger to our state. I introduced Fanny Neal to you earlier this morning. She had a few words to say. She has been trying to help us get it all together in the 4th Congressional District and make sure that we have an election on November 5. By the same token, Norman Hill with the Randolph Institute has spent considerable time in Mississippi in the last several weeks towards that same objective. Of course, Norman's been in and out of our state on numerous occasions and attempting to help us get the type coalition together that can win elections. I must say before I bring him on and let you hear from him that one of his main specialties, in my opinion, is jumping on and off of airplanes. I've been a lot of places. And you know, where's Norman Hill? Well, he'll be here in a few minutes. We'll look up and there he is. He comes in, he makes a speech, and he heads back for the airport. You know, I don't know how you do it, Norman. I met him not too long ago in Memphis to talk about some of our problems down here to see if we couldn't do a little extra to get this show on the road here. And you know, this man had been up all night on an airplane, flying around Atlanta or someplace, hadn't had a wink of sleep, but he came in and he was there, and I want you to know he helped us get it together before he left. At least I think he did. Those remarks it's my pleasure to present to you Brother Norman Hill, the Deputy Director of the A. Philip Randolph Institute. Brother Hill.
Thank you very much, Claude. To officers and delegates of the Mississippi AFL-CIO, I'm especially happy to be here this afternoon because I think you have bigger stakes than ever before in your state. And I know that you're getting toward the end of a long convention day, and I'm the third speaker after lunch. But I promise that even though I'm the third speaker, I will not try harder by speaking longer. but I am reminded of one story. That's the story of the soldier who had a 3-day pass and decided to make the most of it by getting married. So he and his woman went to meet their favorite minister, and they went down to the Justice of the Peace to get the license. Except for one problem. There was no Justice of the Peace in sight. They knocked on the office door, they started calling around town, looking up every possible contact they could find, and still no Justice of the Peace. And the soldier kept pressing and pressing and pressing. And the minister kept saying, "I've tried everything, there's nothing I could do." So finally, when the soldier saw that the minister just couldn't find the Justice of the Peace anywhere, he said, "Well, in desperation, can't you just say a few words to tide us over till Monday?" I can't perform any such miracle, but I do want to share with you a few ideas that I've been taught by two people who I consider outstanding Americans, as well as effective trade unionist leaders. One is A. Philip Randolph, who recently retired as vice president of the AFL-CIO on its executive council, is 85 years young. Randolph asked us to found the institute that I represent, not because he was looking for more personal recognition for himself, but because he had a certain belief about what we as working people ought to be and about the trade union movement. And let me say something about what that is, because that's the central idea around which the A. Philip Randolph Institute tries to be your friend and ally, especially here in Mississippi. And Randolph's approach was this: when we organize a plant or a shop or a workshop site, we want the whole force, 100% of those who are eligible. We don't worry about conducting psychological tests or apply political litmus paper. We don't ask whether the worker is a liberal or a reactionary, a Democrat or a Republican, whether he's a Catholic, a Protestant, a Jew, or a Muslim. We don't ask whether he or she believes in Medicare, Social Security, open housing, racial equality, or even the philosophy of trade unionism. We say that whatever the worker's views are, he or she is entitled to earn a living, to bargain collectively with the employer, and to determine the conditions under which he or she will work. All sinners belong in the church. All workers belong in the union. But we go on to say something else, which we believe is borne out by the entire history of the labor movement. Whatever the hang-ups, the prejudices, the raw impulses of any worker might be, the labor movement ought to, and we work toward this end, reflect his or her better nature and give voice not to the fears and emotions, but to the higher aspirations of all working people. The labor movement provides the channel through which cooperation, fraternity, and solidarity among all workers can be enlarged and strengthened. It provides the means whereby the worker's sights can be raised beyond the workplace, and he or she can identify with the interests of others and can make his or her contribution to making the problems of the larger society more easier to be solved. That's what governs Randolph's beliefs. That's why we founded the Institute. But then there's another leader that's taught me most of what I know, Bayard Rustin, who has been in this state on many occasions. And he thought that there was a special role for the Randolph Institute and for our work together with you because of what's happened among two great movements in this country. One is the trade union movement, where you know better than I do that recently what we can win at the bargaining table, sometimes on a strike or on a picket line, can very easily be taken away from us by some elected official. Could be right here in the city of Jackson, could be in your state legislature, or most importantly these days in the Congress, and maybe even more clearly the White House. Because we've seen it happen in terms of what the so-called wage price freeze was, which froze our wages and no other real forms of income. We've seen it happen in terms of large multinational corporations that begin to take away not just their capital, not just technology and know-how, but our very jobs. And so politics and political action becomes, as Tom Knight put it, a matter of sheer survival and necessity for those of us who are members of the trade union movement. But there's another movement that Bayard Rustin and A. Philip Randolph have been very much involved in, and that's the movement for justice for minorities, the civil rights movement. And it was from their experience in that movement where the barriers have begun to fall in discrimination in employment, where there are laws saying no more discrimination in sale or rental of housing, and where there has been progress toward moving toward integrated education for all, no matter who they might be. That this progress now had to be linked with a struggle for full employment for all working people, because that's the way all of us can work best together. That fair housing had to be linked with enough housing at decent cost for all, no matter who they might be. That integrated education had to be linked with the struggle for quality education for everybody's children, no matter who they might be. And therefore, it was not enough just to say that we work to eliminate the barriers of discrimination, but we fight to build a society of plenty for all, no matter who they might be. And we recognize that this was especially true for black people, most of whom are working people. Pitifully few are millionaires, and not very many more own or manage or run large businesses. And therefore, there was something at stake in a civil rights movement that now had to fight to obtain the means to enjoy the rights that all people are supposed to have. Something at stake that the civil rights movement had in common with the labor movement. Namely, both movements had to fight for the means for the right to live decently for working and poor people, which both movements now represent. And so there ought to be a marriage in goals at least. Now that's an easy thing to say. It's a less easy thing to make or have happen, especially in 1974, which is a political year. And let me just say a few words about what we're up against this year. You've heard it from previous speakers. The economic mess we're in. I don't need to elaborate because you know it, you experience day to day in your community and on the job. But there are two things that become kind of clear. One is that we have no real answers. In fact, nothing but kind of high school pep talks coming from the White House these days. They try to tell us that their program is a real answer, a program that says nothing for the aged, nothing really to halt the recession, nothing to halt inflation, provides a measly 54 cents a week in tax relief for the poor, says before anything is done about the unemployed, that 200,000 more people have to be laid off, while the corporations are promised, and the rich, $3 billion more in tax relief. That's a one-sided program if there ever was such a program. And then that same administration has just come out of an American political trauma in which a former president elected with an unprecedented majority was literally driven from office with his entire power base having shrank to almost nothing. In the context of the stench and the filth and the corruption of Watergate, probably one thing now is true. If former President Nixon were saying a prayer these days, a prayer in relationship to the current President Ford, he probably would say, "Ford is my shepherd, I shall not want." But this presents a challenge for us, because too many of our friends and neighbors and fellow workers are saying these days that politics is all a game. It's all a fix. It's all just for the rich. We have no part, no role in it. We can't do anything because they're going to do what they want anyway. And so why participate? And so part of our challenge is to become the political leaders in our unions and in the community, to be able to say that there is another way, that if we're active as working people and we become political leaders, then we have a way of saying to elected officials, this is the way we keep you honest, no matter who you might be. And this is a way we restore a sense of integrity and a sense of justice to the American political system. There's one other challenge that we face in 1974. It's our experience generally around the country, that the most solid vote for labor-backed candidates, for candidates that are generally backed by COPE, has been the black vote. We now know that 1 out of every 5 who go to the House of Representatives in Washington, D.C., go from districts in which the vote is at least 25% black. That represents real and potential power. But along with that, we also know that the turnout, those who actually come out to vote on payoff day, election day, this year it's November 5th, is usually 10% less than the turnout in white areas. And so we have a job to do. And what I want to suggest to you before I sit down is what that job may be. Suggest it in 2 ways. One, to those right here among us, especially those of you who have been active in the Randolph Institute, those of you who are minority trade unionists, that we face a special challenge as never before in 1974. And that's to become, as I said earlier, day-to-day political leaders in our community. Why? Because we need a voice of militant responsibility against the rip-off artist, no matter who he or she might be, or what color he or she might be. To say that what we're interested in a politics that responds to the needs of the masses of people, not just to pad the pocket of some individual come election day or thereafter. That we stand against those who are playing the game just for themselves, those who are opportunists, those who are willing to exploit even their own community. That furthermore, we want to tell a story. We want to tell a story among our neighbors and friends about the value of the union card, because that's the movement we're a part of. Not that our movement is perfect. There are still areas of discrimination within the trade union movement. A. Philip Randolph knew that better than anybody else. But he always fought those problems within the House of Labor, not to destroy and weaken unions, but to make unions more fair, more militant vehicles for all working people. And the story we can tell in the community is the value of that union card, that if we have it, we earn 50% more than that fellow worker who doesn't have it. And if for no other good bread and butter reason than that, we ought to be union members. And then there are 2 other things that we face, especially in the minority community. We are concerned, as we should be, and look with some pride to the fact that there are more and more minorities and women running for and holding office than ever before in this country. That's a good thing. That's a sign of progress. But then there ought to be one criterion by which we judge anybody who's running for office, or any elected official, whether or not they are prepared to stand up and fight and struggle for what's good for all people, especially working people, poor people, and minorities. That ought to be the single basic criterion for us. And then, finally, the minority trade unions can be the glue that helps bring together the trade union movement and the civil rights movement, because he or she is a member of a union, and therefore can rightfully say, I'm a part of the trade union movement. But also is no stranger to his or her community, and nobody can accuse the minority trade unions of being an outsider. We usually know what's going on. We know who's for real and who's not for real. In that role, we become the glue between the movement for justice for minorities and the movement for justice for working people. That's something about the community. That's something about the labor movement. But all of us together in this room live in a society, live in a country. I have no automatic blueprint about what that country ought to be. Except in closing, I want to suggest certain guidelines that I've been taught and want to share with you, that ought to guide our struggle to make this a more just, a more fair country for everybody. First, that we ought, above all, in the trade union movement, to maintain a commitment to an open, integrated society. Because we know from our own experience as working people and as union members, when we get divided, when somebody pits us one against the other, there's only one winner under those circumstances. That's the boss and the rich and those who already have. We lose. That secondly, we who produce the goods and services that make this the richest country in the world know better than anybody else that there is something wrong, that the goods and services that we produced are not shared fairly. At least half of all American families don't earn enough money to live decently. Not by standards that we've set, but by standards that have been put forward out of Washington by the government that is not always our friend. And so we have to do something about that. Thirdly, we have to speak out. And it takes no degree in economics to know that we have an unfair, wrong-sided, upside-down, inside-out economic policy. In which, for example, in 1971, United States Steel managed not to pay a single penny in federal income corporate taxes. Or in 1972, when there were over 400 Americans making more than $100,000 a year who again managed not to pay a single penny in income taxes to Uncle Sam. And I ask you, is that fair? It's this kind of policy that we can speak out against and elect the kind of people who are committed to change an unfair, upside-down, inside-out policy in which we as working people always bear the brunt and bear an unfair part of the burden. And finally, there is a situation in this country in which the welfare rolls are increasing, but not as some people would have us believe because there are more chiselers and cheaters. Most of the people who are there because they're too old, too sick, too young, too crippled to hold or maintain a decent job. But because thanks to Nixon and now Ford's economic policies, they can't get a job even if they wanted one. It's also true that most of the money to maintain that kind of welfare program comes out of your pocketbook and mine as working people, not out of the pocketbooks of the rich or the corporations, but mainly out of our pocketbooks. But it seems to me the answer is not to make the have-nots our enemies, but to join together with them to make the haves pay their fair share. And that means if we close all the loopholes, if we make them come up with their fair share, we'll have more than enough money to meet the human and social needs of all American people. And so the day of reckoning will be November 5th, 1974, when we have a chance to elect a Congress that's committed to people and to do what's right by people no matter who's in the White House. The other side will outspend us, I'm sure, by November 5th. They usually will control the radio and the television and the newspapers. But we have one thing that they don't have, and that's our ability to mobilize, organize, and educate our fellow workers and our neighbors and friends. Because thank goodness still yet in this country on election day what they ask us is not how much money we make, but whether or not we have that registration card. And we can do a job and elect our kind of people if we get ourselves to the polls along with our fellow workers and friends and neighbors. That means that therefore we have a job to do. We have a job to do in the context of coalition politics. But there are many different versions of coalitions, as Tom Knight mentioned. And there are all kinds of stories about what makes for a good coalition. I'm told there's one kind of version out of a major city in the north where I got my first initiation into politics. The version that goes something like this. There was a plane coming over from an overseas junket with the president, the attorney general, and the mayor of this large northern city on it. And the plane crash landed just off the coast of the United States. And along came a life raft to save them and bring them back safely to land. The problem was there was only room for one person in the life raft, and the question was who that one person would be. The president, of course, nominated himself, saying, I'm the highest elected official, it ought to be me. The attorney general thought and said, well, I'm really the highest appointed official in charge of law enforcement. If I don't get back to Washington, D.C., there will be chaos and the country will fall apart. The mayor, of course, had no argument to match either the president or the attorney general. And so he thought, and finally he came back to his notion of coalition politics, in which he urged them to take a vote. And for some strange and crazy reason, they agreed. And so they voted, and the vote turned out to be 7-2 in favor of the mayor. We have a coalition right within our own ranks. in which we have black and white, male and female, young and old. A coalition that, if we put it all together, is unbeatable, along with our friends and allies generally in this country. That's why I'm optimistic about what can happen right here in this state of Mississippi as well as throughout the country in 1974. And it's in that context, in that spirit, that's why I suggest that all of us ought to remember that old Union song and pledge and use this convention to dedicate ourselves again to that phrase that says, we're sticking to the Union. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brother Hill, for those timely remarks. It's always good to have you in our state. We hope that you'll be able to spend some more time with us. I'm sure that you have a lot of work yet to do, you know. You don't come in to party and have a good time. He comes in to get a job done. Let me make an inquiry before we get any further. Brother Fitzhugh, is your committee ready to make a report? You mean the committee's report? Why don't we take a stretch here? I suspect everybody's a little tired of sitting. Stand up and take a couple of minute break, stretch a little bit, and then we'll call up the committee report. We're going to have to get into this afternoon on account of the nomination and election tomorrow. So just stand up and take a break and stretch a little bit while they pass out the committee report. Will the Sergeant at Arms please get the delegates back into the convention hall? Will you check out and see? The convention, please be in order. This time the chair recognizes Brother Jones Fitzhugh, chairman of the Constitution and Bylaws Committee. Before I bring him on, let me say, at our last convention, we had a situation develop that created a certain amount of confusion in the minds of the delegates. And at that time, a motion was adopted for me to appoint a committee to review our state constitution, to make a report back to this convention with certain recommendations. Brother Fitzhugh was named chairman of that committee, and he has spent many, many long hours with the other members of his committee, the subcommittee, here in the Jackson area, and trying to come up with some good, sound, suggested changes in our Constitution. And I'd like for all of you to keep that in mind when he comes on and makes his report. I understand that there will be some controversy, there will be some disagreement on some of the things that are proposed. I would hope that we could resolve this matter this afternoon with a minimum of difficulty. The length of this convention is going to depend to a large degree upon the amount of time consumed here this afternoon and tomorrow. We had hoped originally to adjourn the convention somewhere around noon Wednesday. With good luck, it can be done. But if we get bogged down in lengthy discussion and hassles, then it can't be done, and we'll have to spend all day Wednesday here as I see it. Thank you. Okay, Brother Fitzhugh.
Thank you, Brother Ramsey. First of all, I'd like to thank the members of the subcommittee that worked with me the last 2 years, which are Brother Charlie Horn, Sister Mary Bryant, Brother M.L. Perry, Brother Lewis Turner. Those were members of the subcommittee. There was also members of the Constitution and Bylaws Committee here at the convention. I'd also like to thank Brother Kelly, Brother Davis, Brother Underwood, Brother Tucker, and Sister Jones for working and cooperating with me here at the convention. You may wonder why that we worked so long on 2 small pages with such few changes. The subcommittee met in August of 1973 and came up with 3 different proposals And out of courtesy to the Executive Board and the Executive Committee of the State AFL-CIO, we went to them and asked for their recommendations of the 3 proposals, and they didn't think any of them was any good. So we had to go back. We went back and come up with some more recommendations. Now, on the leaflets that you have with Article 1, I would like to explain before we get into this that there has been an oversight on our part that the rules of the National AFL-CIO says any constitutional change that goes into effect has to be submitted to the National AFL-CIO, and the president of that organization has to agree to such changes before that change can be put into effect. Therefore, it will be some changes made on the proposal that you have presented to you because of this rule. Article 1, Section 1. If you'd like, and we'll get your Constitution, and you can see the changes in the Constitution as in Article 1, Section 1. That's on page 2 in your Constitution. Article 1, Section 1. This organization shall be known as the Mississippi State AFL-CIO. It is established to and as a result of the merger of the American Federation of Labor and Congress of Industrial Organization, and in accordance with the merger agreement entered into between the Mississippi Federation of Labor and the Mississippi State Industrial Union Council. It shall consist of such affiliates as shall conform to this Constitution and the rules and regulations adopted thereunder. The only change in Section 1 is the name of the organization. The word state has been added to clarify, to make everyone aware that the Mississippi State AFL-CIO is a state organization. It's not a arm, the Mississippi division of the National AFL-CIO. It is a state organization. Therefore, if this change is adopted, the name change shall also be changed throughout the Constitution. I would suggest that we adopt these article by article, so therefore, in behalf of the Constitution and Bylaws Committee, I move the adoption of Article 1, Section 1 of the proposed change.
You've heard the motion to adopt suggested changes in Article 1. Do we have any discussion?
Questions.
State your name, please.
Ray Smith Hart. I'm not a delegate, I'm a guest, I'm an international representative.
You have a right to speak.
I'll agree with the chairman when he stated that this was identified as a state organization. I remember when the name was changed and why it was changed. And if you remember, in the state of Louisiana, they had problems with this very thing, changing from Louisiana State Organization, and so they changed it to Louisiana AFL-CIO. What happened here, we got Mississippi State, or you got a Mississippi State organization. Some people confuse this to be part of the state organization, part of the state government, and not the state AFL-CIO, you see. And so this is why it was left out in the beginning. They just put Mississippi AFL-CIO and left the state out of it. And it is part of the national AFL-CIO, so it just identifies it Mississippi AFL-CIO instead of state. And I thought I'd just bring this to your attention, the reason it was put in there in the beginning, and some of the states has removed that state from it because it did confuse it with some of the state universities and the state government.
Any more discussion? The previous speaker, Brother Smithhart, points out one of the reasons that the word state was left out several years back. Actually, it's this kind of a situation. It is the Mississippi State AFL-CIO, and I quite often refer to it as the State AFL-CIO, I think, as many of you do. It doesn't add anything to or subtract anything from the document except to establish the fact in the minds of a lot of people that it is a state federation of labor. Is really what you're getting at, is it not, Brother Fitzhugh? Do we have any other discussion? You ready for the motion? Ready for the question? All in favor of the motion to adopt signify by saying aye. Opposed? Well, in the opinion of the chair, the motion has been adopted to adopt the amended change. Brother Fitzhugh.
The next proposed change will be in Article 3, Section 2 of the Constitution, which would be start on page 4 in your Constitution. Affiliated local unions in good standing shall be entitled to representation in votes in conventions of the council based upon the average number of members on whom per capita tax has been paid for the 24-month period ending 120 days preceding the convention date. The average membership of local unions affiliated for less than 24 months prescribed shall be determined by dividing the total number of members paid on for all months affiliated by 24, and the number of delegates and votes shall be based on such average of members. All newly chartered local unions shall be given full representation and votes at the convention if they are affiliated within 3 months after they reach an agreement for their respective bargaining unit. Local unions affiliated during the 120-day period preceding the convention shall be entitled to 1 delegate and 1 vote. There will be no change in the recommended change in the rest of the Section 2. This simply does not penalize the newly chartered local unions that's just organized and before, if they affiliate within 3 months after agreement is reached for the employees that they represent. Mr. Chairman, on behalf of the Constitution and Bylaws Committee, I move adoption of Article 3, Section 2, the amended changes.
You've heard the motion to adopt. Does everyone understand what the proposition is? Brother Smith, Art, you want to be recognized again?
Yes, I'd like to be recognized again.
Okay.
I'd like to. Of course, I told you I'm a guest. I'm not a delegate, but
You're an international rep. According to the rules
on the last,
you have a right to speak.
On the last sentence here, you see, I think you're discriminating against some of these new local unions. We give the central bodies 3 delegates and 3 votes. In this last sentence down here, you say if a local union affiliates 120 days prior to the convention, you'll only let them have 1 delegate and 1 vote. Now, why I'm up here, I'd like to change this, and I'll tell you why. I'd like to change that. It says 3 delegates with 1 vote each. Now, the purpose of this is to, if a local union affiliates, you know, a lot of times they don't want to just send 1 down to a convention or somewhere. They want to send more than 1 if they wanted to. And so this will give a local union an opportunity to send 1, 2, or 3, up to 3. But he still would just be entitled to 1 vote. Now, you tie it down here to where he can only send 1 as a delegate. And that was, I'd recommend it to be changed where it has on that last line, it says, shall be entitled to 3 delegates with 1 vote each.
Whereabouts are you, Ray?
He's not on the change that we put in. He's saying this should be changed
Yeah.
to 3 delegates from 1
Yeah,
vote.
right. I think you're not really speaking to the motion before the House. You are addressing yourself to another situation a little lower down in the article, or you're not?
He just read this off.
Right. Well,
for adoption. And I was just speaking as an international representative, that I would like to somebody to make a motion to suggest the amendments that I offered.
Oh, I see what you're getting at. You want somebody else that can make the motion, offer an amendment to the motion before the House.
Mr. Chairman,
Okay, Brother Fly.
Robert Fly, Rebel Worker, 303, Natchez, Mississippi. I'd like to add amendment to the motion that we change the last sentence in Article 3, Section 2 to read the last sentence that the affiliated during the 120-day period preceding the convention shall be entitled to 3 delegates with 1 vote each on the committee's recommendation.
3
If I
delegates.
get a second to it.
3 delegates with 1 vote each. 1 vote each. We get a second to that. Okay, it's now before the House. Do you have an objection? This state, you don't see any objections to it. Brother Fitch, advised me that in his opinion, the committee finds no objection to that suggested change. The only thing that's in his mind is how will a newly chartered local union, how can they afford to send 3 delegates? Well, if they can come up with the means to do that, the committee thinks it's okay.
Mr. Chairman, this last sentence, it could be a local union been existed for 20 years. It don't mean a newly chartered. It don't say anything about a newly chartered local. It just says affiliated.
Oh, I got you. I thought we started off talking about newly chartered locals. Now we're down to some of those that have been riding free all these years, and they would have a good treasure. I can think of several can send more than 3 delegates, if that's who we're talking about. I thought we were talking about newly chartered locals. Okay. The amendment before the House, Brother Woodson, you're recognized. Is the mic on? We can hear you up here. I don't think back. All right. Get the one in the back, Bob. They can hear you better back there.
Thank you.
All right.
Robert Woodson, Carpenters Local 3031, Jackson. I'd like to raise a question for personal clarifications. Brother Smith Hart raised a question about changing the last sentence to read 3 delegates with 3 votes. Would this override what we have in the Constitution at the present time that designate the number of local delegates the local union can have based on its number of members? We have here a local with 50 members or less, 2 delegates, 51 to 150 members, 3 delegates. Now, supposing this local union have 50 members or less, how would this 3 delegates with 1 vote each affect that situation?
I would have to refer that question to the chairman of the committee. Have you got into that, Brother Fitzhugh?
The committee did not discuss this because this really concerns people that's dropping out of affiliation and getting back in of affiliation. The only thing was discussed was trying to protect the newly chartered local unions and keep them from being penalized because they hadn't been chartered for a 24-month period. And I think it would be, in my opinion, it would have to necessitate some changes in the schedule of representation, which the committee recommended that there wouldn't be any changes.
I think the chairman of the committee is correct on that. If that change is made, and if we're talking about local unions that have not been affiliated for a long period of time, then I think perhaps you're going to have to make some other changes in the Constitution other than that. I frankly thought when we brought the matter before the House to begin with, we were talking about newly chartered locals, which I think the committee were dealing with. Newly chartered locals.
That was the motion to accept
The original change, the intention behind the change before the House, before it was amended to attempt to provide those newly chartered local unions with more representation than they're getting now. I understand what the committee is trying to do, myself, and I would hope everybody else does. Brother Fly?
I'd like to say what I made the original motion, and I'd like to make it in. Brother Bob has brought up a good point here, and I concede to that point, and I'd like to add to that motion also, provided that he has 50 members or more, and then that would be in compliance with the rest of the Constitution that Brother Bob Woodson here has suggested, Mr. Chairman.
Where would that go,
That would
Bob?
comply that.
Where would
that would take care of the question that's being asked here. If it's less than 50 members, he's entitled to 2, but with over 50, he would be entitled to 3. So that's what we're saying, is that he would be entitled if he has more than 50 members. We don't want to do away with the rest of the Constitution. But if he has 300 people that are coming into this affiliation with 120 days prior to, we think that the least that he should have would be 3 members with 3 votes. And if he has less than 50 members, he would comply with the rest of the Constitution, Mr.
All right,
Chairman.
give us the language and where it goes, Bob. Where you want
In that last sentence there, I think you could add this. Local union affiliated during the 120-day period preceding the convention shall be entitled to 3 delegates with 1 vote in compliance with the Constitution of 50 members or more. If he has less than 50 members, it would be two members, 50 or less. I think that's what it says, brother.
Well, why don't you, couldn't you make reference to the scheduled representation?
Yeah, well, that's the one I'm making reference to, Mr. Chairman, is if he's got 50 members or more, that he would have 3 people with 1 vote each, which would be a total of 3 votes. If he has 50 members or less, he'd be entitled to 2 delegates with 1 vote in compliance with the rest of the Constitution there.
Then what you're trying to do, we've got to get the language right. Brother Tucker, you want to try to clarify that?
Mr. Chairman, this is Delegate Raymond Tucker. I served on the Law Committee. The intent of the Law Committee was to keep a local union from hopping in and out of the Mississippi AFL-CIO, was the reason we said 1 delegate and 1 vote. We're talking about the locals that have been chartered for several years that want to come in prior to the convention and vote their full delegation. This was my understanding serving on the Law Committee.
So you opposed to the amendment?
Yes.
Okay. All right, any further discussion on the amendment? What, you want to speak on this? But you, Chair, recognize the chairman of the committee.
I think the language that's proposed by the committee would be suitable, and I think if the delegates would refer back to the motion that was made, the motion was made that the amendment that's been made to was to adopt the newly language change, which reflects the newly chartered local, and it had nothing to do with the affiliating or the 120-day period of locals that's already been affiliated for some period of time. And I think that the convention should vote down the amendment and pass the adoption as recommended by the Constitution and Bylaws Committee.
Any further discussion on the amendment? You ready for the vote? This will be on the amendment, not on the recommendations of the committee. All in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
The opinion of the chair, the motion to adopt has failed, unless there's division.
Mr. Chairman, I request a division of the House there. It takes a 2/3 vote to change the Constitution. I request a division of the House.
It would take a 2/3 vote if this is on final patches, Brother Fly, but this is an amendment to a motion before the House, therefore it would require only a majority vote. Do we have any? Well, let's see, he requested a division of the House, so we'll take the division. All in favor of the motion to amend the committee's report, please stand. All in favor of the amendment, please stand. Would the Sergeant at Arms get us a count on that, please?
trust the chair. Go ahead.
Okay. All opposed to the amendment, please stand. Well, it seems very obvious that the amendment has failed. The original motion to adopt the committee's report is now before the House. Do we have any further discussion? Are you ready for the question? All in favor of the motion to adopt the committee's report on changes in Article 3, Section 2, signify it by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried and so ordered. Chair again recognizes the chairman of the committee.
The next article at the proposed change would be Article 6. Article 5, excuse me. This is on page 10 in your Constitution. I would like to point out one change in the effective change that was given out to you. And being in compliance with the National AFL-CIO rules and regulations, the committee recommends that the proposed change be effective at the next convention, which would be effective in 1976. The proposed change would read as follows. The executive officers of the Mississippi State AFL-CIO shall consist of a president, 6 vice presidents, a secretary-treasurer elected for terms of 4 years. In addition, there shall be 10 executive board members elected at the same time for the same terms as the executive officers. The following was included before we found out and verified the rules and regulations of the National AFL-CIO, but it will spell out the recommendations of the committee on how the vice presidents and executive board members would be elected in 1976. The 4-year terms of office shall become effective in 1976 with half the vice presidents and half the executive board members elected for 2 years, thereby causing half the vice presidents and half the executive board members to be elected every 2 years. In order to decide which officers are elected for 4-year terms and which for 2-year terms in 1976, if there is an election, on the half who receives the highest number of votes shall serve for 4 years. If all are elected by acclamation, the half who are nominated first shall serve for 4 years. Section 2 of Article 5. Persons at the age where they will be unable to serve at least half of their terms before reaching the age of 65 shall not be eligible to hold office. Likewise, persons holding office at statewide political office, either elective or appointed, shall not be eligible to hold office in the Mississippi State AFL-CIO. Positions in the legislature are excluded under this section. This section also will become effective in 1976. Mr. Chairman, I move the adoption of the proposed changes in Article 5, Section 1, Section 2 of the Constitution.
You've heard the committee's report and the recommendations on the changes in Section 1, Article 5. Do we have any discussion?
Mr. Chairman, Robert Fly from the Rubber Workers, 303. I rise to speak against the committee's recommendation. I was involved in this election that brought about the resolution to get this committee together to solve a problem that where 2 vice presidents were elected, where 2 could not come from the same Central Labor Council. And I see no place in this where this committee has taken care of that problem. The only problem that we have, we've added 1 vice president here and made the term of office for secretary treasurer a 4-year period. Now, and also down in section 2 where we were saying that we're not going to make it compulsory to retire at 65. Now, my local union has led the fight in this rubber workers at international convention, policy meetings, everywhere else to make it compulsory to retire at age 65 for the simple reason our local union want to get some young people involved in this labor movement. I know some labor people that here has been in the labor movement for 50 years, and they're approaching 75 and 80 years of age. I think they have contributed a terrible lot to this labor movement. I know what they have done. But to say that we cannot come up with leadership that's less than 65 years of age and make it compulsory to retire at 65 of age, I think is a misstatement. Also, when we start talking about electing people for 4 years, if we had a big fight in the AFL-CIO in Mississippi, I could make sense. But I think people like to get together. I think people like this convention. I can see by the tremendous efforts that's been put forward. I see the people that's here today that had never been here before. And I speak in opposition of electing anybody for 4 years or even adding an additional one to the board. I don't know what the position of the committee is and why they want an additional one, but I sit on the board and we are talking about expensive, what it costs for the board to meet and adding another one. I am very much opposed to a 4-year term. I think that we've been doing a wonderful job under the position and under the Constitution that we now have. I don't know why we want 4-year terms. I don't know whether you'd call the executive officers a lame duck or whatever it is, but I don't see that when we have an election for a 2-year period. I am very much opposed to a 4-year term, and I'm very much in agreement with age 65 because our union have led, and we are fighting for even not 65. We're saying that you're going to work 20 years or 25 years and get out of this plant that we work in. You're retired. You're through. We don't want you in here anymore. You've done your fair share. We want you to retire. And we are hoping and we're shooting for not less than 25 years and out with a substantial pension where we can take care of the younger people that's coming on the labor scene. I think if we don't do this in the AFL-CIO, the rubber workers or IBEW or the communication workers, amalgamated clothing workers, or whatever we have, I think we're going to making a step backwards. I think we're going to have to get some new blood into this labor movement of ours, and the only way is to get people involved in election every 2 years and make them say, I am a part of the AFL-CIO in the state of Mississippi. I'm going to Jackson. I'm going to elect my new officers. I want to make this state grow. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Let me, before we recognize another speaker, I'd like to make a suggestion to the chairman of the committee. We're actually dealing with 2 subject matters in this suggested change. One is Section 1 of Article 5 and another Section 2 of Article 5. And I think because of the feelings on, as Bob Fly just expressed himself, he's in favor of Section 2, the change in Section 2, but he's opposed to Section 1. So if the chairman of the committee would approve, I'd suggest that we, at this point, consider those changes in Section 1 alone. And let's get that one out of the way and then come down to Section 2 on the 65 proposition. Okay? He says that's okay. So from this point on, we'll ask you to consider only those changes in Section 1, dealing with the terms of officers and adding another vice president. Chair recognizes Brother Stanley in the back of the room.
Bill Stanley, CWA Local 10511. Speaking on Section 1, Mr. Chairman, I support the recommendations of the committee. I, too, was involved in that election that Brother Fly referred to. And I was the one who got eliminated, but there's no sour grapes. He's had all the problems for the last 2 years. And I'm not sure that this particular section will eliminate that problem, and I'm not sure it was designed to do it. But relative to the 4-year terms of office, I think it's time that this organization matured to the point. And I think it has matured to the point that the leadership of this state organization can be elected for 4-year terms of office, that we express to our leaders and those who in public life and political life that have to work with them, or they have to work with, that we do support them. I think it would make it easier for the president and the other officers that if they did have the support and confidence of the local leaders in this state that come to the convention who elected them for that term of office, if they goof up, we have the proper recall procedures within our Constitution. I think it's an excellent idea on the part of the committee to stagger the terms so that we will, as Brother Fly have that incentive for people to come to the convention. There will be an election every 2 years. You just won't elect a clean slate. I think there's some merit to that regardless of what the political atmosphere within the union or within this organization is during the course of a 2-year period, that we would have some carryover of officers, as long as they didn't get too old, from one term to the other. So we would have some experience to go with this young vim, vigor, and vitality of the youth that we need. I speak in behalf of the committee's recommendation, Mr. Chairman, to amend Section 1 of the Constitution.
The chairman of the committee wishes to be recognized.
I asked for recognition so I could speak to the election that happened 2 years ago, because this was the reason that the subcommittee was formed. And I'd like to speak also on behalf of the resolution that's the Section 1, Article 5. The subcommittee was formed because of the troubles we had in the election 2 years ago and the confusion, I think is a word to describe it. We discussed this in the subcommittee. We discussed it when the full committee met at this convention. It was the unanimous feelings of the subcommittee and the full committee that there's one sole reason that caused the confusion in the last election 2 years ago. This was that all the delegates at the convention was not fully aware of what was in the Constitution. These delegates, not being fully aware of what was in the Constitution, the Constitution was not explained either before nomination of officers or after nomination of officers. And what wound up, the Constitution says in Section 3, Article 5, no 2 vice presidents shall come from the same central labor union district, and not more than 1 vice president or not more than 2 members at large of the executive board shall be members of the same national or international union. What we had was 2 members nominated as vice presidents from the Jackson CLU district. We had 2 members nominated for vice president from the Columbus CLU district. The delegates was never told before the election or even before the nomination that you couldn't vote for 2 members from the same CLU district. Therefore, it was approximately 22,000 per capita votes thrown away by voting to somebody that was ineligible to hold office because there's already somebody else nominated for that position. And we felt like that this could be eliminated in the future by simply explaining the Constitution before nomination of officers, and if it arose the same way in the future, it should be explained after the nomination in officers, where the delegates would simply be aware that they couldn't vote for 2 people from the same CLU district, and name the people that they couldn't vote for both of them. Like in the last election, Brother Jack Schaefer and Brother W.O. Stanley was both from the Jackson CLU district. You couldn't vote for both of them. If you did, you was throwing away your votes, because both of them was ineligible to hold office. Now, let me speak a little bit on the 4-year terms as the committee has discussed it, and I know there's opposition to it, but the committee, the majority of the committee recommended it. It wasn't unanimous. The full subcommittee recommended it, and this is the thoughts behind it. It's not for the officers that we presently have. It's not for the officers that we have that will be elected Wednesday, be nominated tomorrow, and possibly not for the officers we'll have elected in 1976 that we're concerned about. We're concerned about, for example, if Claude and Tom, I'm just using this for example, was to get out there on the highway this afternoon and have a car wreck, and both of them get killed, which I hope this doesn't happen. But it's always a possibility. Okay, there's many people here in the state of Mississippi that's in the labor movement, that's elected as BAs or got international representative jobs, that if they was to run for that position of president or secretary of treasury, might not be able to go back to the job that they had previously. Therefore, they wouldn't run for that job because they wouldn't want to give it up for 2 years. And this is eliminating a lot of good, hard-working labor people to be incentive enough to run for an office. We think it would give incentive for more people to solicit that office, vice president, or any other office. We feel like this would still, every 2 years, half the executive board, half the vice presidents would be elected. This is one of the major reasons that we included one more vice president. Be impossible to split 5. And was elect them every 2 years. Be impossible to do it. Had to go to 6 or either come down to 4. And if we come down to 4, all the vice presidents now on there would think we was cutting out their position, and they would get up and raise old holy, you know. It's like the legislature. When you start messing with one of the existing officers' job, then you really got problems. And we think, the majority of the Constitution and Bylaws Committee thinks that this is a good recommendation. And let me explain. It's not for the day, it's not for the tomorrow. And we believe that the delegates of this convention has got to look for the future. In other words, we got to look at how we can move this organization forward in the future and not concern ourselves too much with today. In other words, today, we have to look out for today. We got to look out for tomorrow. But when we go to election in November, we're not looking at what that elected candidate's going to do in November. We're looking to the future. And we think that if you look to the future, that you'll go along with this recommended change in Section 1 of Article 5.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Do we have any other discussion? Chair recognizes Brother L.D. Clark from Meridian, Mississippi.
I'm L.D. Clark from Meridian Central Labor Council. Looking at this thing, I can recall on several instances over the past years. As you know, I've served on this executive board for some 10 or 12 years up to the last convention. And I've met and worked with people on there that done good jobs. And I've worked with people on there that had to go outside and ask somebody how they wanted to come back to vote. Some people that we were glad to get rid of on the board. I know that people don't always select the right people to go on there to start with, that they make mistakes in these things. When you don't have no chance to correct this thing for 4 years, you're just kind of sitting there with a member that's not carrying his load, doing his part, and you're working with the short of the members, and the board member in that area is not doing his duties, and it's going to be a drag to the labor movement. So I can't see changing this thing. You're talking about people incentive to work. If you get anybody in there and they want to work and they stay with it, I ain't never seen anybody yet get kicked off of it. So I think we ought to continue to keep this thing like it is, and that ought to give them more incentive to work and to work for the labor movement and would to change it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Brother Clark. Brother Smithhart?
Ray Smithhart, International Rep, Rebel Workers. There's a question in my mind here. You talked about executive council. I've served on it. And I know some of the functions. I want to know why we can't make them all vice presidents instead of having two different boards here. This executive board is nothing, you see. They kind of a rubber stamp to the executive council. And I can't see any reason for having an executive board. What I would say, we'd have them all vice presidents. And I wonder why the committee didn't come up with something like this. Now, I know some of them will agree with me on this because most of the stuff that they do is they just approve or rubber stamp the executive committee. So, and my question is, why we got an executive board when they don't have any power? You read the Constitution. They ain't got no power, so I suggest you make them all vice president with equal voice and vote. On the last sentence down here, I would suggest this. Now, I'm not saying the chairman would do this, but I know how the scramble would be to the first four that's nominated. Now, they would be all kind. Now, who you going to recognize? I would make an amendment to this that says, if all were elected by acclamation, the half who are nominated first shall serve for 4 years. I would say, if all are elected by acclamation, comma, lots shall be drawn to determine who will serve the 4 years. This way, somebody would say, well, I was up first, but he wouldn't recognize me. In other words, I should have had the 4 years. And this will stop this. But first, I think they all should be vice presidents instead of having two different boards here, letting one rubber stamp what the other one done.
Well, let me see if I can have a word to say. The executive committee, which Brother Smithhart is talking about, was established during the merger of the two organizations. And if my memory serves me correctly, Ray, you were involved in that establishment of that original Constitution. And that document was patterned largely after the Tennessee Constitution, and it's been there ever since. Now, I agree with you in terms of the interpretation of the Constitution. If you want to really get down to it, the executive committee of this organization can pretty well call the shots. But the policy, since I've been president of this organization, has simply been this, that when the executive committee makes a decision, as soon as we have a meeting of the full executive board, most of those decisions are submitted to the board for ratification or disapproval. There are occasions, of course, that you have to take hasty action and you have to do the best you can under the existing circumstances. But we're not dealing with that subject really with the amendment before you on whether or not we want to make all of the board vice presidents and eliminate the executive committee. The motion before you, number one, is whether or not you want to go to four-year terms of office and whether or not you want to add another vice president. That's really what's before you. Now, I'd like to request that you confine your discussion in that direction. If you want to amend the Constitution to do what you're talking about, Ray, I'd suggest another amendment.
I recognize the Constitution don't allow the delegate from the floor to amend the Constitution. I understand that. No. It was written that way. The delegate cannot amend the Constitution because it's forbidden in the Constitution. The only one can amend it is the Constitution Committee. I'm just suggesting that the Constitution Committee might look at this.
No, let's look at it for what we got now. What you're thinking about is a constitutional change that's proposed by an affiliated organization or the executive board. And in order to amend the Constitution that way, those amendments have to be submitted in writing to the state office with a certain period of time involved and mailed out to the affiliated organizations. The only other way that the Constitution can be amended when we're in convention is by the Constitution Committee itself bringing something before the convention. Now, once that's done, once the committee brings a suggested change before this convention, that recommendation then and there is subject to amendment by the convention. So this convention does have the right and the authority under the present Constitution to amend the committee's report here this afternoon. It's before you now. At least that's the way I'm going to rule. That's my interpretation of the Constitution. Right? Brother Arnold?
Mr. Chairman, I'm Charles Arnold from Local 792 IUE here in Jackson. I'm not opposed to the two top officers holding the office for 4 years. I am opposed in the way in which this resolution reads. I'm opposed for this reason. The design of this particular thing has implications that the vice presidents, half of them, and the executive board can be elected 2 years from now by the top international unions that hold the most votes there. And then at the following convention can certainly have no strings attached upon those international unions to give any consideration elsewhere, since the Constitution reads that only one international union can come from one central labor union, and 2 executive board members can come from one international union. Thereby that it's quite clear who those vice presidents serving for 4 years next year under this resolution would be. On that recommendation, I'd like to move that this be tabled for reconsideration of that committee to give some consideration if there's going to be 4-year terms, that it be a 4-year term, and that they be elected, the full slate be elected each 4 years.
Don't leave the mic. I want to interrogate you for half a minute. All right. Brother Arnold, you are a delegate?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, now you said something like this. You'd like to offer a motion to table, and then you said refer it to back to the committee. What do you want to do? You want to table the motion before the House, or you want to make a motion to refer it back to the committee?
I'll make a motion that it be referred back to the committee for consideration, whereby that if we're going to have 4-year terms, that it be a clear-cut slate, whereby that the large international unions cannot dominate this thing. And I'm not being prejudiced. We are not one of the large ones. But I'm saying if we had all the membership, I'd still feel the same way. Thank you.
All right, then the motion is to refer. Are you suggesting now that the committee's recommendation on Section 1 of Article 5 be referred back to the committee? That's your motion?
Yes, for consideration, so whereby that there'll be 4-year terms, if there's going to be 4 years, that it will be all elected at one time, whereby that there'll be clear-cut consideration for all international unions and a clear-cut representation over the overall membership.
All right, we have a second to that motion. Second, the motion is that the committee's recommendations on the changes before you be referred back to the committee to take certain things under consideration. We get a second to that motion? Second. We have a second. All right, the motion to refer back to the committee is now before the House. Do we have any discussion on that motion? You ready for the vote? All in favor of the motion to refer signify it by saying aye. Opposed? We don't have enough there to make a decision on. You wasn't loud enough either way. The motion to refer back to the committee, and let me make an inquiry now as to whether the maker of the motion wants this committee to reconvene and come up with a recommendation to this convention, or whether or not you want to refer it back to this committee for future consideration for a future convention. What is your desire? Do you want it done during this convention or at a later convention?
During this convention.
All right. Okay, so that means if the motion passes, that the committee then would have to reconvene and come up with another recommendation to this convention, right? Okay, the motion before the House. We have any further discussion? Once again, we'll try to get a vote. All in favor of the motion to refer signify it by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? No. Opinion of the chair, the motion to refer has passed. The committee's recommendations on Section 1 Article 5 has been referred back to the committee. All right, we'll now get on to Section 2 of Article 5. That is still before the House. Do we have anyone that wishes to discuss that amendment? That's dealing with the 65-year age thing, not being eligible to vote. Brother Arnold?
Yes, sir. Charles Arnold, Local 792 here in Jackson with the IUE. I'd like to amend this motion to read that it be effective during this convention.
Well,
on the basis that most international unions here has an age limit of 65, certainly our international union does. And I believe that that is the thing of the day, whereby that these things should be amended to be effective now, and I see nothing wrong with it.
the chairman of the committee would like to be recognized to speak to that. This, as he mentioned before, some suggested changes. They've talked with the people in the Washington office about this, and I'm going to let him tell you what his findings were.
As I explained earlier, that the changes that was made after this was typed up, and in Section 2, this was one of the changes that was made after it was typed up, would make it effective in 1976. The National AFL-CIO's rules and regulations is that the state organizations and the CLUs also, when they have a constitutional change, they have to get agreement and consent to change the Constitution from the President's office of the National AFL-CIO. Therefore, if there was a situation at this convention, and this is the reason for it, if there was a situation at this convention and this convention went ahead and adopted this change, then you couldn't redo it if it was turned down at the national office. The changes like the state organization in Article 1, Section 1, and where this will also have to get consent from the national office to change it. But it can be done when the consent is made. The only time that we can change the vice president or the age limit or anything of this nature is where it will be effective at the next convention. Because once it's done at this convention, then it can't be redone. And it's just that simple. And this is the reason that the Constitution and Bylaws Committee went back and reconsidered this afternoon after we found out that legally we couldn't do it. The Constitution reads on page 22, the last page in the Constitution, to 13. Section 1, when conflict arises between this Constitution and the AFL-CIO rules and regulations covering state central bodies, the rules and regulations of the AFL-CIO shall prevail. And that's rules of the AFL-CIO.
Clarify the matter for you, Brother Arnold. Any?
I still offer the motion on the premise that I see nothing that would conflict with the AFL-CIO rules and regulations.
It is a constitutional change. This organization is chartered by the National AFL-CIO, and we are subject to the rules and regulation of the organization. Don Slayman, Representative President Mena's office is here. He addressed this convention. This whole matter has been discussed with him. He's talked with the people in the Washington office, and they advise him that any change of this nature would have to be submitted to President Mena's office for agreement, or whatever you want to call it, before it can be put into effect. He advised me it's done in Missouri,
Chairman?
where it would be put into effect 2 years later. And what the committee is recommending, that these changes be put in effect in 1976. Is that not correct? That's part of their recommendation.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Point of order?
Yes.
I can recall a few years ago that I was at a convention, the state organization, whereby that the rules were amended to increase the amount of vice presidents. And in that particular convention, we voted to increase that amount of vice presidents, and I don't recall getting approval of that before we done that. And by the same token, this would be affecting the same type principle that would be. And if that was not unconstitutional, why would this be?
Well, let me say this to you, that those changes made, this is correct, those changes were subject to approval by President Meany's office. No one at that particular convention challenged the passage of those changes. Therefore, they went into effect and they were consequently approved by President Meany's office. The proposed changes before this convention have been challenged by certain delegates. Therefore, it's become necessary that the matter be clarified with President Meany's office. That's what the committee's chairman's done, as I understand it correctly. And you've been advised to this effect. I hope I've clarified that matter for you. I agree with it that there has been some changes made in the Constitution in the past, that had they been challenged, they would be in the same position as one before you here this afternoon.
Then that does not say this convention cannot go ahead and act upon that being effective now. Is that correct?
Yes, it does. Well, I would have to rule, Brother Arnold, in this particular situation, that this proposal is out of order because it is in violation of the rules and regulations of the national organization. I don't think I've got any other choice but to do that here this afternoon, since it's been challenged by some delegates. Unless there's someone here who wants to continue the discussion on this, I am now going to ask for a vote on the changes on Section 2, which would go into effect in 1976. This is what your motion is it not? The motion is that the change in Section 2 of Article 5 go into effect at the 1976 convention. Don't think I've got any other choice, frankly. All right, you ready for the vote? Do we have any further discussion? All in favor of the motion to adopt the changes in Section 2, Article 5, signify it by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried and so ordered. And as soon as that matter is approved by President Meany's office, it will be before you in 1976. Chair again recognizes the chairman of the committee.
Article 7, Section 1. Let me say that Section 1 has to do with Article 5, Section 1. And Article 5, Section 1's been referred back to the committee. So therefore, I don't think it would be necessary for me to go through Section 1 of Article 7 when it's the same, involving the same thing at Section 1, Article 5, and Section 1's been referred back to the committee. But I would like to go into Section 4 of Article 7. Section 4 reads, the proposed change reads, the Executive Committee shall meet at least 3 times each year on call of the President at such time and place as he may designate. When not in session, the Executive Committee shall act upon such matters requiring immediate decision as may be submitted to it by the President by mail, ballot, or other means of communication, followed by written confirmation. The only thing was added to that section was followed by written confirmation. We think if it becomes necessary for the President of this organization to communicate with the Executive Committee on a matter of importance, that person of the committee should confirm his decision in writing to the President of the organization. Mr. Chairman, I move the adoption of Section 4, Article 7 of the Constitution.
Okay, the motion is to adopt changes in Section 4 of Article 7, as explained by the chairman of the committee. I frankly see nothing wrong with it. I think it's a good suggestion that serve a very good purpose from my point of view. We have any discussion on the motion to adopt those changes in Section 4? You ready for the question? All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried and so ordered. The chair will now again recognize the chairman of the committee. I assume, my brother Fitzhugh, that we're going to have to make a decision when you get through as to about when we think we can get back to this again, right? You have anything else? Yes, sir. Is it the opinion of the convention, now that the matter on Article 5 was referred back to this committee, that certainly they ought to consider Article 7, Section 1 to 7, while they're considering the other because they're tied together, correct? Is that your wishes? Okay, you can take it all up together.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to only refer to one comment that was made during the discussion, and this refers to the comment about why didn't the committee suggest that everyone be made vice president of the organization and do away with the board members, giving everyone on the board or committee equal powers. This suggestion did come out of the subcommittee. It was submitted to the executive committee and executive board. This is one of the suggestions that we got that we didn't get any comments. Matter of fact, the only comments we got was it was a bad idea. We found that the subcommittee found out that when you start messing with the executive board and executive committees, that usually their feelings are like the state legislatures when you start reapportioning. You know, they don't want to be messed with their jobs. And this is where this come up. So the subcommittee did come up with many recommendations, and that was one of them. Although, in words, we felt like all of this is political. Everybody has to vote on it. And we felt like if we couldn't get some support in the executive committee and the executive board, therefore it's very doubtful it would be passed at the convention. And I would like to point that out at this time, and the committee will make another report later on in this convention.
Mr. Chairman, well, let me take a read now to see where we are. Well, we got one matter cleared up there. Chairman is correct. Whatever changes were made couldn't go in effect for 76 anyhow, so I was a little concerned about getting the report out before 10 o'clock tomorrow, but that clarifies that. Nothing can be done right now anyhow. So we'll try to get that committee's report back before you sometime Wednesday, with good luck. God willing. Well, let's see. We've still got another speaker listed here this afternoon, Mr. Jim Blunt with the Jackson Usher office was not able to come, and he sent one of his assistants over. In view of the length of day that we've had, I would like to recognize the people present from Usher and attempt to, later on in the convention, afford them an opportunity to address this convention. But I think you ought to know who they are. We have some of the federal people here, as well as 2 or 3 of the state people. And you might well have a problem dealing with safety in your workplace. What's the wishes of the convention? Would you prefer to recess and let the committees go to work? We do have several that need to be at work. Recognize the people from Usher in order that you'll know who they are. If you got a problem, talk to them while you're here. Then later on in the convention, perhaps Wednesday, we could get one of them on the program. Does that sound okay to you? Who have we got here besides Brother Giles out of the Atlanta office? Brother Giles, are you present? let everybody see you. J.W. Giles out of the regional office, Vasha. And Brother Crew out of the state office, representing Jim Blunt. We've got a problem, gentlemen. We've run a little late here. We've had a big problem here on some of these debates on some constitutional changes, and we've run way behind schedule. We didn't do as good a job this morning as we did this afternoon. I'm of the opinion that we need to adjourn the convention in order for some of our committees to go to work, because we got a number of resolutions that have to be brought before this convention before we adjourn. So if it's okay with you gentlemen, we'd like for you to be recognized where the delegates will know who you are, because some of them got some problems they want to discuss with you. And then perhaps Wednesday morning or Wednesday afternoon, sometime before we adjourn, we'd try to get you up and let you address the convention. That's Brother Giles. Hold your hand up again. Let them all see you. He's a former business agent from the IBEW local in Atlanta. And Mr. Crow, right there out of the state office. Right there.
Well,
yeah.
Can I have one short word?
Right. Take the mic right
your
there.
Indulgence. And I'm not going to go into all of the formalities. I have to leave here late tonight or early in the morning one. And if I may, with your indulgence, and I appreciate this, Brother Ramsey, the opportunity of saying this. I have 2 books here. The green book is for the youth people that are in general industry. The orange book are for the people that's in construction. They will not be here after tonight. After I leave here, not that we're doing you any great favors, you're the taxpayers and paying for them, but we've already received communications that we're not to give these books away anymore. They cost 65 cents a piece. And for you and your benefit, I had a lot more things I want to talk to you about, but please clean off this table this afternoon as you leave this convention, and thanks for the privilege and opportunity of saying these few words.
Thank you, Brother Giles. Well, let's see. Maybe Mr. Crow can make his that brief. Mr. Crow, would you like to have about a half a minute like Brother Giles? You'd rather wait?
Rather wait.
Need more time. Okay. All right, let's see if we got any announcements. I've got several here. Don't leave yet. Brother Knight?
Brother Ross asked me to announce that he'd like for the Mississippi Electrical Workers Association to meet him here in the morning in the front of the convention hall at 8:30. That's the IBEW, in the morning at 8:30. There's also, and we're late with this, it's probably already been taken care of, there's a white 1973 limited Buick with license tag number DDW022 that was parked in somebody's way. I'm sure they've already got it moved by now.
Brother Ramsey?
Yes, Brother Jack.
I'd like to make an announcement. I'd like for all the amalgamated clothing workers to stay in this hall upon adjournment for a caucus.
Stay in the hall after adjournment.
Right.
Any other announcements? I've got a couple here myself I've been asked to make. Any announcements? All right, workers, stay here. I've been asked to announce, or asked the all carpenters delegates, construction and industrial, to meet with Brother W.H. Wood in room 128 right after adjournment. Is that right, Brother Wood? Right. Room 128? Right. I've also been asked to announce that the Randolph Institute will meet here in this hall at 7 p.m. All black delegates are requested to attend. The meeting will be held promptly at 7 p.m. and something about hospitality at 8 p.m. What does that mean, Marinell? A meeting at 7 that you want black delegates to attend, and at 8 everybody's invited to attend? All right, we're going to integrate that one at 8 o'clock. Let them segregate that one at 7. Do we have any other announcements? That's okay. Any other announcements? Well, if we don't have any other announcements, you have any? What about the committees? The two major committees, have you had your meetings already? Have you got the resolutions ready to report? Or do we need to remind people of a meeting? Brother Speed?
Claude, remind everybody that door up in front is open, and it expedite things.
This door here is open.
Right.
Thank goodness. Everybody don't have to go out the one door. Brother?
Mr. Chairman, the resolution committee is ready to report out when you get ready to call them up, Mr. Chairman.
You're ready?
Ready.
Good
Yes, sir.
boy. How about Bob Woodson, the other one? Is it ready? Ready? Boy, you working fast. Good. Maybe we can. Okay, the convention will now stand in recess until 9:30 in the morning. 9:30 in the morning, the Wednesday session begins at 9.
Testing. Will the meeting please come to order? We're privileged to have with us this morning Bishop Bernini, which is of the Jackson Natchez Diocese, which I have known for a number of years. I'm sure most of you have known him and some of the work he has done here in the city of Jackson. He has been a resident here more years than I know about, and I feel sure that most of you, if not all of you, may know him already. But Bishop Bernini, will you bring the invocation?
First of all, let me say that I'm most happy to be with you fine people today, and I hope you have a very wonderful convention. Anything our church can be of any help to you at any time, just call on us. We value the friendship of Claude Ramsey and Mr. Johnson, so many of you wonderful people who are here today. Heavenly Father, we thank Thee on this occasion for the blessings of our democracy. As we stand on the vigil of our bicentennial, we ask Thy guidance on all of our leaders, that we may fully implement the lessons and teachings of equality in our federal Constitution, our Declaration of Independence, and our state constitution. We thank Thee for an abundant country, an abundance for all, if we can but distribute the results of our labors fairly to all of our people. We ask Thy guidance on our National Congress, on our state Congress, to the end that this wealth will be shared freely and equitably among all of our people. We ask Thy divine guidance upon our leaders here in Mississippi as we stand on a new threshold of advancement. We thank Thee for Your guidance in the past. We rely heavily upon it in the future. And we ask these things in the name of Jesus the Carpenter, our divine Savior. Amen.
Thanks. We will have next the Pledge of the Allegiance, the flag, and I would want to ask each of you to stand up, if you will, and pledge allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands. One other thing we'll have, and of course we're going to have you jumping up and down, but they will play one verse of the national anthem. Will you stand for that, please? You see. In behalf of the Jackson Central Labor Union and its affiliated unions in Jackson, Robert is in picking a place that will be desirable. It's a real ideal place. Because the new place is not finished. Mark But I would like to say that in behalf of the Central Labor Union, if we can be of any service to you any way during this meeting, we'll be glad to assist you in any way we can. It is now my privilege to present to you the next speaker, or the one that will take the podium and continue holding the podium until at least the election of officers, which is the president of the state AFL-CIO, Claude Ramsey.
Thank you very much, President Johnson. Bishop Ranini, we are delighted to have you with us this morning. Delegates to the convention, find myself in a most unusual position at this time. I can't make a speech. As you notice, I'm not on the agenda. I do have a lot of things that I'd like to speak to you about, but I think perhaps it would be better if I delayed those remarks to a later time. As you will note on your agenda, we have the Honorable Senator Mondale of Minnesota is our featured speaker this morning. It may well be that you'll be listening to the next President of the United States when you hear from this gentleman. I'd like to go back a few short years with you. In 1968, when this organization put it on the line and attempted to elect Hubert Humphrey as President of these United States. I don't think there's any purpose to be served here this morning in me reviewing with you everything that's transpired in this nation of ours during the past 6 years. Each and every one of you present are fully aware of that. Our nation is in great difficulty at the present time. It's in difficulty because of the kind of leadership that we've had in the White House during the past 6 years. And I venture to say here this morning, had Hubert Humphrey won that election in 1968, we would not have the problems that we have today. Now, we have a gentleman with us, as I've mentioned, Senator Mondale, who is now the senior senator from the state of Minnesota. Can you imagine that? He is now senior to Hubert Humphrey, who is the other senator from the state of Minnesota. I think that you will agree that we've been very fortunate in securing this speaker. And at this time, I'd like to find if the next speaker has arrived. Is he here? Brother Tanner, will you tell the escort committee to bring him in? Everybody got a seat? Got enough room? Okay. Last evening, many of you had an opportunity to meet the senator, shake hands with him. Many of you have already heard the senator. We have a number of delegates present. This convention senator that attended the Amalgamated Clothing Workers Convention recently. And as you walked in the building last night, I had heard one of our good delegates say that there comes the next President of the United States. And of course, I had to agree that that was a very good statement at that time. Senator, I've briefly told the delegates about some of our experiences in 1968. This organization did its best to elect the now junior senator from your home state of Minnesota, but we failed. We're in agreement with you that had Hubert Humphrey won that election in 1968, we wouldn't be having the problems that we have today in this nation. We feel, frankly, that we're about to run out of time in this nation. We just can't afford 2 more years, much less 6 more years, of the kind of leadership that we have in the White House today. And we feel that we have a gentleman present here this morning that can provide the proper kind of leadership to get our nation out of the great difficulties that we now find ourselves in. It may well be, ladies and gentlemen, that you will be listening this morning to the next president of these United States. I will now, gives me a great deal of pleasure, to present to you Senator Walter F. Mondale from the state of Minnesota. Senator Mondale.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. Reverend Father, my old friend Claude Ramsey. Tom Knight didn't walk me in here. I think we broke the 100-yard dash record coming in. To all the delegates, my friends of the AFL-CIO of the state of Mississippi. I'm delighted to be here for many, many reasons. First of all, because I bring greetings from my junior senator to his many friends in the state of Mississippi. You know, when Hubert decided to run for the Senate again, after having been vice president, he had to run in order to become my junior senator. And I went all over the state of Minnesota and I said, if you will elect Hubert Humphrey to the United States Senate, I'll teach him how to be a good senator. Well, they took my word and they elected him. And the first thing we did was to sit down and teach him how to start a speech. And he picked it up, Claude, so fast to really make... Well, the kid's a comer, there's no question about it. And then we sat down and decided to teach him how to stop a speech. And we've had no luck whatsoever. I also want to recognize someone who I hope and believe will be the congressman from this congressional district, Ken Dean. Why don't you stand up here and let him give you a big hand. You know, I come from the city of miracles, the nation's capital, where we're solving all of your problems. You may not have noticed that, but it's true. Just think what we've done for you. We've given you 2 presidents and 3 vice presidents in 2 years with only 1 election. And we're breaking new ground in terms of medical science. Do you know that it's possible in Washington, if you hold a high enough office, to get a rare disease that will respond only to a subpoena? And through Nelson Rockefeller, we're showing you how to deal with inflation. You know, when Nelson, we call him Nelson, when Nelson was nominated for vice president, we looked at his records, and the first report was that he was worth $32 million. And then we studied it for 2 more weeks. We said, oh no, he's worth $64 million. And then we studied it for 2 more weeks, and they said, no, he's worth $182 million. Now I say, let's hold up that nomination for 2 more months, and we'll have enough money to pay off the national debt. I was in New York Tuesday night, and I was hoping to see Rockefeller because I'd really like to become a close personal friend of his. It could be rewarding. I'm delighted to be here for many, many reasons, but most of all, to be with your outstanding president, Claude Ramsey, one of the great labor leaders in the country today, and a great labor organization that really is at the forefront of social and economic justice in this country. In Mississippi, you're showing the rest of the country how to do it. You started years ago in an environment in which unions were considered suspect, in which they were considered radical, and in which it was impossible to have economic work conditions that were non-discriminatory. You couldn't have started under more difficult circumstances, and yet you did. And I know many of you in this room could tell what you've done throughout your life to try to bring justice for the working people of the state of Mississippi. And I doubt that there's a more courageous, more effective, more successful labor movement in the country today than the state of Mississippi's AFL-CIO and those of you who make up the leadership in this room. I'm proud of you, I admire you, I stand behind you, and I hope the rest of the nation realizes what you're doing not only for the citizens of Mississippi, but what you're doing for all Americans who believe in social and economic justice, and I want you to know I am enormously proud to be invited to speak. Now, last Tuesday night, many of you turned on the television at 8 o'clock to watch what you thought would be the 3rd game of the World Series. Instead of that, you saw a president deliver the first 20-minute no-hitter in American history. And you saw the beginning of a campaign which seeks to deal with the politics of the problem and not the problem. He announced his economic program and told us what he's going to do for the people of this country. He began by saying that he'd been given the Congress a marshmallow to chew. How are you, Mr. Segretti? And he said shortly he'd send us a turkey. Actually, I believe he sent us a turkey already. If you analyze the current economic program from the standpoint of working Americans, it is very, very hard to justify the proposal. Let's just take a look at what it does for most Americans. First of all, he proposes the deregulation of natural gas. That will triple the price of gas to the consumers of this country, adding approximately $10 billion in that one sector alone to the costs of the American consumer. Secondly, he proposes the deregulation of the ceilings on the prices of domestically produced oil. That will add another $10 billion to the price of energy in this country. Thirdly, in a very cute tax proposal, he said we're going to add a 5% surtax on corporations, and then we're going to bring them some tax relief in the form of an improved investment tax credit and a liberalized capital gains tax treatment. But then when you look carefully, you realize that the 5% surtax expires in a year. It's for 1 year only. But the $4 billion in tax benefits to the major corporations of this country is permanent. $4 billion. So if you look at the proposal carefully, there is a minimum of $24 billion of increased tax relief, increased profits, and principally it goes to the energy industry. Big oil, big coal, big gas, and usually they're the same. But don't feel bad. There's something for you in this package too. First of all, if you're the head of a family of 4 and you earn $10,000 a year, there's tax relief for you, and we have to admit it. There's $18 of tax relief, and you can use it any way you want all year long. If you're a family of 4 earning $7,000 a year, you're going to get $13.30 worth of tax relief to escalate you into a higher tax bracket. Now, this whole program was studied by the Wharton School of Economics. They've got a computer down there that analyzes proposals for tax changes, spending changes, and so on. And they took the Ford economic proposal, ran it through their computers, and you know what happened? It's a great program. Everything's worse. Literally the case. You're going to have more inflation. As a matter of fact, his proposal will cost the average family $400 a year in terms of higher energy costs, taxes, and the rest. Secondly, unemployment will rise because purchasing power is down, because the budget is tight, more Americans will be out of work. And thirdly, the productivity of the country will drop. There will be less goods produced. In addition to that, he's got a proposal for employment that's a good one. He says this: if we can only have 1 million more unemployed in this country, people that are driven off of work from decently paying private employed jobs, we will add 300,000 low-paying public service employment jobs. And then finally he comes along with his tax proposal. He said, let's tax high-income Americans, and I use his words, another 5% in income taxes. Well, what's a high-income American to the president? It's someone working in Jackson as a single person, in a restaurant, in a laundry, in a hospital, working all year long, who makes the fantastic amount of $7,500 a year. It's a family of 4, a husband and a wife with 2 children or more, who spend all year trying to pay their taxes, staying off welfare, being good citizens, raising their children as decent children. They are now high income and will have a 5% surtax tacked onto their present tax burdens. Now, there's some people that won't have 5%. If this were the law in 1970, when Nelson Rockefeller reported an income of $2.4 million and paid not a penny of federal income taxes, his taxes wouldn't go up at all, because 5% times 0 is 0. It's just people who work for a living who are going to pay more taxes, that's all. Now, we're going to hear several arguments in this campaign about why that's really a good program after all. The first argument we're going to hear is that no matter what you think of it, you can't trust those crazy Democrats. They're not responsible. They do not have the discipline and the sense of management and the maturity that business executives have. and therefore you can't trust them. Leave government in the hands of these Republicans, and they will continue to give you sound, sane government. Well, let's look at their record. You know, they've been in office for quite a while now, and we can look at the record, as Al Smith once said. And it's quite a record. They've given us the worst economic policies since Hoover. They've given us the worst political scandal in American history. They've given us the first national budget of $200 billion, and then they gave us the first national budget of $300 billion, and the deficits of the 5 years of the Nixon administration is greater than the deficits accumulated in the 23 years of Truman, Eisenhower, Kennedy, and Johnson combined. But they've given us more. They gave us 7 wage controllers, 6 energy czars, 5 treasury secretaries, 2 recessions, 2 devaluations, 2 freezes, 2 phases, 5.5 million unemployed, a summit economic conference, and they still don't know what they want to do. Their third top economist blamed the housewife for inflation. And the present top economist said the nation's greatest problem is the income of Wall Street brokers. The truth of it is that we're running against 6 years of shortages of fuel, of food, of credit, of employment, of housing, of fertilizer, and of leadership. We're running against an administration that looks away while oil companies grease up gas prices, auto companies jack up car prices, and the Russians deal up wheat prices. We're running against an administration that forgives the guilty, forgets the worker, and forsakes the poor. We're running against 5.5 years of Nixon administration, which in short got its advice from the boardroom, its money from the back room, and now we know its language from the locker room. Now the next argument we're going to hear, and beginning to hear it, is you've got to understand that the reason we're in such profound economic problems was that awful President Kennedy and that awful President Johnson and those crazy Democrats ran up the deficits and created inflation. Well, I've already pointed out that the deficits of the last 5 years exceed those in the previous 23. I'd like to say one other thing, because you never hear it out of them on television. We have cut the Nixon budget by $5 billion every year. The Democrats have always spent less than the Republicans asked us to, and we're going to spend far less than Mr. Ford asked us to do. But let's just look at the record. One of the best ways of deciding whether that argument is correct is to say, well, what was the condition of the economy the last day a Democrat was in the White House? That was 6 years ago. Kennedy's gone. I know Lyndon's gone. I went to his funeral in Johnson City. I can testify personally he's no longer around. 6 years ago. What was it the last day? Well, first of all, unemployment was at 3.2%. There was barely an American who wanted a job who couldn't find one. Secondly, inflation was 4.5%. Thirdly, the interest rate was 6%. And the Dow Jones stock averages were at 1,000. Well, after 6 years, what do we have? First of all, unemployment's at 6% and rising. I was just in Michigan this past week. Every 10th worker in Michigan is out of work. They don't have a recession in Michigan. They've got a depression. And the morning I left, Chrysler and Ford announced further deep cutbacks in employment in the auto industry. Rising unemployment. Secondly, inflation isn't at 4%. it's 16%, and everyone in this room knows the torture of inflation. What's interest rates at? It's not at 6%, it's at 12%. That's the prime rate. That's what Henry Ford borrows money for. But if you want to borrow money for consumer credit today, you're going to pay 14% or more, and if you're a small businessman, you might pay 16% or more. And the peculiar thing is that the stock market is down to 600. Now, the first thing is, when we were last in power, people could get jobs, they could buy a house, and the money they earned was worth something. Every year, the real wage of the workers of this country increased, and industrial productivity was rising. Since that happened, all of the things that we should be going up have been going down, and all of the things that should go in reverse have not done so. And so I say that the time has come for us to make clear that we need a new policy of people's economics. This policy of trickle-down economics, that is, if you make the rich rich enough, some will trickle down to the rest of America, didn't work for Hoover, it didn't work for Eisenhower, it didn't work for Nixon, and it will not work for President Ford. What we need is a new policy of percolate-up economics. If people have a job, if they can borrow and have decent housing, if they can send their kids to decent schools, and if we have an economy of full employment, the wealthy will do well right along with us. Now, what is people's economics? What do we mean by it? Well, the first thing you got to do is get rid of some of those characters in Washington running current economic policies. One of them is one of your favorites, Roy Ash, who I understand is involved or was involved in the Pascagoula plant. His idea is you just keep cutting the budget on programs that help ordinary Americans. Then you got Mr. Simon, who's quite a character. He attacked the Federal Trade Commission for bringing an antitrust action against the oil companies. He called the utilities into town a couple of weeks ago and urged them to ask for higher rates than they're already asking for. He wants a 30 cents a gallon gasoline tax to teach Americans discipline. And he's fought all of our efforts at tax reform. And of course, then you got Mr. Greenspan. Mr. Greenspan is against the progressive income tax. He's opposed to all consumer legislation, and he wants the antitrust laws repealed, and he thinks only the stockbrokers in this country are suffering severely from the reversals in the American economy. Now, I say this, anytime you want to applaud, go ahead. With a team like that, you might just as well fire them all and get the guy who designed Evel Knievel's space skyship to come down. It won't be any worse. All right, now what do we do? What is our program? Where do we think we should go? Well, first of all, I think you look at where inflation began. Inflation has not been caused by workers' salaries. The average worker's income has dropped so that it is lower now than it was in 1965. You cannot blame the present inflation on the unions or the workers of this country, and virtually all economists agree. Well, then where is the inflation coming from? Well, let's look at it. Oil, energy, fertilizer, which comes from oil, food, steel, chemicals. In those areas, prices are soaring completely beyond any justification based on costs. What we have is what some economists call a cost-push inflation. And one of the reasons we have a serious inflation and a serious recession at the same time is that instead of attacking the areas in which inflation is rampant, we've been attacking the workers and the incomes of the average American. And because we've reduced real income, we've brought about a recession without really affecting the prices in the areas where inflation is being committed. Now I say this: what we need is a policy of going where the problem is. And maybe our best example is that of President Kennedy in 1962 with the steel industry. Now, the current president got on the tube and said everybody should cut back 5% in what they eat and wear and the rest, and maybe it'd be good for a lot of us. But I'd feel a lot better if, in addition to that, he'd call in the president of Exxon, the president of the Ford Motor Company, the president of U.S. Steel, and say, you're going to sacrifice some too, roll back those prices. Secondly, the issue of tax reform. One of the most consistent policies in the last 6 years is to try in every way possible to keep Americans from concentrating on some of the scandalously and inexcusable loopholes in the American income tax system. Look at it. In 1970, Mr. Rockefeller reports $2.4 million and doesn't pay a penny in federal income taxes. The multinational oil companies, Shell, Exxon, Gulf, Mobil, the ones with the big overseas holdings, they're paying federal income taxes of 1%, 2%, 3%. I think the worst was 4% in federal income taxes. That's less than the maid who cleans up the office of the president of Exxon pays. She pays 14%. Last year, there were 1,900 Americans reporting incomes of $50,000 or more, many of them over $1 million, who paid not a penny of federal income taxes. Now, I say this: before you start tacking on an additional tax onto the average working family, why don't we reform our taxes, fill those loopholes, and have some of those rich folks join the rest of us in paying the cost of government? Now, what I propose, and what we tried last fall, and I think we should try again, is this. Let's fill about $6 billion of tax loopholes. You could do that just by taking a little money out of petty cash of some of these companies. Repeal the oil depletion allowance, tighten up the minimum tax, a few other adjustments, and then bring the money home in the form of a $200 per dependent tax credit. Now, that's little enough. A tax credit comes off your taxes. It's real money. Our present system works this way. You get a tax exemption off adjusted gross. And it means that if you're a laundry worker in Jackson, Mississippi, you'll be lucky to get $75 or $80 off your taxes for each child in your family. But if you're Henry Ford and you're trying to make it with your family with enough to eat and to clothe those poor children, you will get $550 in real savings off your taxes. Because the higher your tax income, the more real relief you get off your taxes per dependent. I say what we need is a tax credit, which gets the relief to those families between $20,000 and less, the people that are really being tortured by inflation today. And you can do it with a tax credit based on the number of dependents. Well, now some people say, as I pointed out in Miami the other day, that will mean that you're encouraging people to have more children, which strikes me as peculiar because I don't remember my wife and I ever discussing tax policy at the time. That shows you they don't even know much about that. What we need
what we need is a tax policy which brings relief to the average family and stimulates the economy so people can have jobs. Now, I'm for public service jobs. I'm a work person, and you are too. We believe in work for people who can work. I think it's wrong for someone who can work, who can find a job, not to do so. And where the private system does not provide jobs, I think we need a standby system of public service employment. A lot of people complain about WPA and PWA and CCC camps. Well, it's a lot better than people standing around. In my state, and I'll bet in this state, there's a lot of projects that were developed, parks and libraries and playgrounds and the rest, by people who would have otherwise been idle drawing relief. So I believe in public service employment jobs for people who are unemployed. But they're never as good, in my opinion, as jobs in the private sector. What we need to do is to keep the economy moving, provide jobs for people who need them in the private sector to the fullest extent possible. And in order to do that, you need to stimulate the economy with the power of consumer spending, and that's what tax relief would do. Thirdly, we have to look at the federal budget. The President says that the present federal budget is causing the inflation. Well, his own economists came to testify, and they said this: if you cut the federal budget by $5 billion, you would reduce inflation by 0.2%. But you would increase unemployment by 300,000 jobs. Now, I say let's have a tight budget, but let it be fair. What this administration seeks to do is to declare that the defense budget is untouchable and make the cuts out of the other part of the budget. Now, let's just go through a little of the arithmetic. 2/3 of the federal budget is what they call non-discretionary. You can't touch it. It's interest on the debt, it's Social Security, it's federal employees' pay, it's payments on contracts, the rest. Only 1/3 of the federal budget can be touched. Of the part that can be touched, 2/3 is the defense budget. Now, I believe in a strong defense. I don't want this country, to any degree at all, to be exposed to what might happen if we don't have a strong defense. But I believe the defense budget, as well as every other budget, should be subject to analysis. Now, I just want to conduct a little poll this morning. How many of you have served in the armed services? Would you raise your hand? How many of you think there might be some waste in there that could be cut out without hurting our defense? Well, there's your answer. There's your answer. Now, in addition to those cuts, there's things that we need to do. I've been a strong supporter of daycare. I can't understand, in a nation where we claim to believe in work, and I do, where we're asking Americans to pay their taxes, to pay for their home, to care for their children, to be good citizens, to stay off welfare, why we ask people of low and marginal income to pay practically everything they earn toward the cost of daycare for their children while they're working. Now, I know there's a lot of people in this room, and there's a lot of members of your unions in which the sole parent or both parents have to work in order to make ends meet. I know that. And it seems to me that a long time ago, we should have had a system in this country operated at the local level that helps these families and helps those children while they have to go to work. There is so much that needs to be done that if you make the federal budget the sole villain for inflation, our hope of dealing with the nation's real problems, whether it's education or health or poverty or the problems of parents when both parents are working, these things can only be solved if we deal justly with the federal budget. And there's another area in which we must work, that's antitrust enforcement. I remember when I grew up, my father was what they call a farmer laborite in Minnesota. They had another name, they called him the Sons of the Wild Jackass. And if it's possible, my dad was one of them. I was on TV the other night, and I said, I'm for responsible populism. Somebody called me the other day, he said, I didn't like that word, responsible. What do you mean by that? I said, well, my dad figured that anybody who had over $10 had to be a crook. But he did tell me one thing that I think has to be put back in front stage. It's something that the labor movement has not done well at. It's something the Democratic Party has not done well at. It's something that none of us have done very well. And that's the whole issue of competition in American life. Look at where inflation is. Oil. We've got about 5 companies that own everything from the oil well to the gas pump. But that's not all. They own the natural gas, they own the coal, they own the uranium, and I predict that if solar energy looks attractive, they'll buy the sun too. They got us, because you have to have energy, and so long as they own it all and control it all, you have to pay what they charge. Look at this spectacle. These companies have the highest profits not in recent history, but in the history of mankind. They don't pay any taxes. And yet they're telling us what the nation really needs is higher energy prices. Last year, the price of oil quadrupled, and in this country, production dropped because they control the market, and they're going to expect more next year from us. And instead of increasing production, they're spending their profits urging the deregulation of natural gas and the deregulation of domestically produced oil. Well, now we're beginning to see what it costs when we take antitrust enforcement lightly. It costs us the American way of living. Let's look at Nelson Rockefeller's studies. It's pretty good. He told us the other day when he was asked, he said, my money and my holdings are totally insulated from my political life. They have nothing to do with how I judge my affairs in government. Well, that's interesting. He spent so much money running for president that it was good for the economy, and I think we all remember it. Let's look at his holdings. That's just one person. And let's look at it because normally you don't get a look at the interlocking ownership and the rest that these wealthy people have. First of all, the Rockefellers, I think, are the largest major stockholder in Exxon, which is the biggest multinational oil corporation in the world. They also are major stockholders in several of the other so-called competing oil companies. His family is one of the largest owners of bank stocks in the country. They are the major stockholder of Northwest Airlines, and they are large stockholders in 5 or 6 other competing airlines. They own stocks in the 3 networks. The other night, you may have seen it, they had a 2-hour documentary on Nelson Rockefeller. Wonderful family. And I told the New York Times Board of Editors, I said, why don't they put on a 2-hour documentary of the Mondale family? Well, he said, the Rockefeller family is impressive. Well, I said, have you met my mother? Yeah. Those stock holdings are a study of what can happen. Now let's concede that Nelson Rockefeller would not put himself in a position of actually undertaking a conflict of interest. But the power they have there over energy, credit, the networks, the airlines, and all other manner of ownership, I think tells us something we ought to worry about. And then, of course, the way they use the money. Not only did Mr. Rockefeller get elected time and time again by the expenditures of millions and millions of dollars, personal money, but look what's happening with the way he uses his money. You know, $50,000 for Kissinger, $630,000 for Mr. Ronan. You know, I believe in charity, but I mean, that's getting awful charitable. Money everywhere. reporters, writers. They ran against Arthur Goldberg for governor in 1970. We now know a so-called independent scholar's book, which assassinated Arthur Goldberg's reputation, was a hatchet job paid for out of Rockefeller funds. And I say this, the time has come not to feel hateful toward those of great wealth and great ownership, because they're just like we are, and I think if we were where they are, we might be just the same. It's not a difference in human nature. It's a difference of power. And we learned under Mr. Nixon, if a person gets too much political power, he's dangerous to the point he can destroy this country. And I think we're learning now through the oil industry, the steel industry, and some of these other industries that they've got so much power they can destroy this country if we don't break them up. We got to do it. And there are other things we should do. You know, the way we use credit in this country, you know, they talk about the power of the unions. But how would you like to have a national federal labor board where you picked all the members and decided what labor would get for wages? I bet you'd be doing better than you are now. Well, that's what the Federal Reserve Board is. The Federal Reserve Board is controlled by bankers, and it decides what the income of bankers is going to be. Now, they got some nice arguments. As one economist said, the bankers are the only people in the country that never raise their prices to improve their profits. They always do it for the good of the country. Well, look at the interest rates now. 12% prime rate. It's impossible for an average American to buy a home anymore or to get decent housing. The cost of housing has soared beyond the reach except just a very slim veneer at the top of American society. And I think we have to take a look at the way that interest rates are being charged. I think we need a set of priorities. If you can lend money to the Soviet Union for 6%, how on the earth is it that a working family can't get money at the same rate to build a house for their children? We can do this. We can establish a system of priorities for America. Well, I think we all know that. And the question in 1974 and the question of 1976 is whether the people of this country intend to do so. And particularly whether the leaders of organized labor here in Mississippi and throughout the country, who above all represent the needs of working Americans and their families, will do so. We can't solve these problems by speeches. We have to solve them at the bargaining table, and we have to solve them in elections. I've often said I've met a lot of dumb people in politics, but I never met a successful politician who couldn't count. And our job in 74 and 76 is to begin to count again. And we must do it first by being united. I went through that 1968 election as Humphrey's co-chairman. Nixon didn't beat us, we beat ourselves. Everybody demanded perfection or they wouldn't play. And we ought to know by now, if that's what you insist upon, you don't get perfection, you get Richard Nixon. And so I hope in 1974 and 76 we'll stay united, because there's always more Democrats than Republicans, for a simple reason. We are a sexier, handsomer lot, and we have more kids. That's why they're so owly all the time. Things aren't good at home. But we're hot-blooded and we like to fight. And we fought ourselves out of office in 1972 as well. Now, not just for ourselves, but for our country, we have to stand united again. Black and white, workers and non-workers, North and South, union and non-union. We have to do it for working Americans, but above all, we have to do it for our beloved America. Everyone in this room feels privileged and honored to be an American. I do too. I think this is the greatest country on earth. But we've had some leadership that have not been worthy of that trust. They've played cheaply with the law, they've played cheaply with the truth, and they've deceived the American people. And they've pursued economic policies which have put all of the burden upon working Americans in the form of inflation and unemployment and the restriction of programs that are most needed by the American people. What we need again in this country is leadership that understands the great strengths and vitality to be found in Americans throughout this country, that speaks not of divisions, but of unity, not of hate, but of love and brotherhood, and of concern for Americans and their real needs. Perhaps Roosevelt said it best in the dark days of the Depression when he said, "Governments can err, governments can make mistakes, but the immortal Dante tells us that the divine judge measures the sins of the warm-hearted and the sins of the cold-blooded on different scales. Better the sins of a government operating in the spirit of charity than the sins of omission of a government frozen in the ice of its own indifference." Thank you very much.
I think the delegates themselves here this morning have adequately expressed the appreciation of your presence here this morning. We're delighted you were able to be with us. We want to wish you the best of luck. And come 1976, and if you are the nominee, and if we hope you are, then you can be assured of one thing, that this organization will be out there working to get you in the White House and get that other man in the outhouse. Thank you very much. Don't let the bishop leave. Don't you leave yet. Will the convention please be in order? I think perhaps I need to apologize just a little bit for the delay and the fact that we were not able to get this convention organized and get a few things done before we brought on our featured speaker. But I would hope that all of you would agree with me that it was worth all of the inconvenience and having to delay a few things and not getting everything done as we ordinarily do. I've asked Bishop Berdini to stay behind for just a half a minute because I want to present him with a present from this convention. It's been my privilege to have known the bishop for a number of years. This organization has worked very diligently with the bishop and his organization in trying to do something about the many problems confronting a lot of people in the state of Mississippi. Bishop, we again are delighted to have you with us today, and in behalf of this organization, I'd like to present to you a Holy Bible.
Thanks very much. Appreciate that very much.
Now, you are welcome to stay for the rest of the convention if you have the time, but knowing your schedule, if you have to leave, it's okay, all right?
I don't think Claude wrote this book, tell you.
Thank you, Bishop. Thank you. Come back and visit with us. Okay. Well, we'll now try to get the convention properly organized, rather. Well, we can get on and start doing a little serious business. I can't think of any more serious business faced by this nation than that of electing a good president of the United States. And I'm sincere about this. I think you might well have been listening to the next president of this country. That is, provided Ford don't resign and Rockefeller takes his place, you know. That might well happen. At this point, I'd like to appoint the committees that will serve this convention. First, I'll read out the names of the Restoration and Credentials Committee, who has been working since early yesterday afternoon. James Jackson, Chairman; Mary Jo Anderson; Floyd Berry; Mavis Rochelle; Annabelle Chambers; Doris Miller; Amy Hollowell; Janie Armstrong; and Curtis Orman. We had to have a couple of men on that committee to keep the girls straight. Constitution and Bylaws: Jones R. Fitzhugh, Chairman; Charlie Horn; Mary Brandt; M.L. Perry; R.R. Kelly; Joe Davis; Howard Underwood; Louis Turner; Raymond Tucker; and Dorothy Jones. On the Audit Committee: Mary Nell Whipps, Chairman; Mary Brandt and G.W. Tyson. I understand that Brother Tyson got sick and was not able to assist the two ladies on the audit, and that the report will be made by Sister Whipps and Sister Brandt. On the Rules Committee: Marvin Taylor, Chairman; Cecil Shelton; W.O. Stanley; Alzada Clark; and Mary Tucker. On the Education, Cope, and Legislative Committee, this is a combination of committees we used to have, and I suspect that this committee will have to split up into subcommittees to handle a number of resolutions they'll have to be dealing with. Robert Woodson, Chairman; C.E. Schaefer; Una Masterson; E.M. Grantham; Ed Lowe; Edith Harper; Frankie Gallimore; L.D. Clark; Joe Franks; T.L. Nikes; Claudius Dye; and M.M. Hedgeland. Now, if there's any of these people that were not able to get here, if those of you that recognize those names, if you'll let me know if one of these people hasn't yet made it, and we'll replace them with another appointee. On the Resolutions Committee: Robert Fly, Chairman; Wayman Goodman; Herbert Williams; Lewis Carter; George Johnson; Alice Deason; Joe Bass; Eula Burdette; Bobby Caldwell; Linda J. Moody; Charlie Hull; Doris Millerton; and Alan Bruton. Sergeant at Arms: C.B. Turner, Chairman; James Moore; S.L. Williams; Norris Lewis; Jack Speed; Andrew Powell; and Royal Mitchell. The chairman, I have copies of these committees for the chairman of each committee. If you haven't yet got copies of it, we'll be happy to make that information available to you after we recess for lunch. At this point, wait just a minute. I want to sign the resolution before we get you, Brother Jackson. I'd like for the chairman of the committees to make note of the resolutions that are being referred to their appropriate committee. The Education, Cope, and Legislative Committee will consider resolutions number 1, number 2, number 4, and number 8. That's the Education, Cope, Legislative Committee, chaired by Robert Woodson. The Resolutions Committee will handle resolutions 3 5, 6, 7, 9, and 10. Now, 10's not in your kits. 10 was submitted by the president of the North Delta Labor Council. It got into the office too late to be reproduced and placed in your kits, but it will be on the table in time for you to read it and deliberate on it before it's called up. Then we have another resolution that was taken up yesterday afternoon by the board, submitted to me by Professor Now from Southern University, or I guess we know it's Mississippi Southern University, University of Southern Mississippi, I believe. I can't get the names right all the time here lately because they've changed everything into university here lately. One dealing with the Olympics. We've been requested to go on record in support of trying to help raise some funds to help finance some of our athletes from this country to participate in the next Olympics. I believe it's in 1976, and they'll be held in Canada this time. Okay, that takes care of the referring to resolutions. The chair now will recognize Brother James Jackson, the chairman of the Credentials Committee, for a partial report. Brother Jackson.
Thank you, Claude. This will be a partial report. The final report will be before the convention adjourns. So far, the Restoration Committee has registered 65 guests, 268 delegates. And as chairman of the committee, I move that the 268 delegates be seated so the convention business can be conducted. Turn it back to the chairman.
Thank you very much, Brother Jackson. The motion is that those delegates who have registered and been issued badges be duly seated. Are you ready for the question? All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Opposed? Motion carried and so ordered. We're now ready to start doing business. This time, the chair recognizes the chairman of the Rules Committee, Brother Marvin Taylor. Brother Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe you may have a copy of the rules.
See if we got them out. If they got them out, the rules, to see if they haven't, they're not on the desk. We'll ask the sergeant at arms to get them out. I doubt if those things are in the kits.
I think they might.
Are they? Check your kits. Not in the kits? Huh? Gentleman here said they were.
Proceed.
Yeah.
Call attention to this rule number 1 to start with, because one minor change has been made, namely that on Wednesday the convention will open at 9 o'clock instead of 9:30. Now, rule number 1, the convention shall be called to order at 9:30 a.m. on Monday, 9:30 Tuesday, 9 Wednesday. The convention shall recess for lunch and reconvene according to program schedule and shall remain in session until the business of the day is completed. Rule number 2, delegates desiring to address the convention on any question shall announce their name, the organization which they represent, and the number of their local union. Number 3, if a delegate while speaking be called to order, he shall, at the request of the chair, take his seat until the question of order is decided. Number 4, should 2 or more delegates arise to speak at the same time, the chair shall decide who is entitled to the floor. Number 5, no delegate shall interrupt another in his remarks except to raise a point of order. Number 6, a delegate shall not speak more than once on the same subject until all who wish to speak have had an opportunity to do so, nor more than twice, nor longer than 5 minutes at a time,
without the unanimous consent of the convention. Number 7, at the request of 10 delegates, the mover of a motion shall submit it in writing. Number 8, a motion shall not be open for discussion until it has been seconded and stated from the chair. Number 9, a motion to lay on the table shall not be debatable except as limited by Robert's Rules of Order. Number 10, all resolutions shall bear the signature of the introducer and title of the organization he represents, and shall be submitted in triplicate form, except those submitted to the Secretary-Treasurer 30 days before the convention in accordance with Article 4, Section 6 of the Mississippi AFL-CIO Constitution. Number 11, no motion or resolution shall be voted upon until the mover or the introducer has a chance to speak on it if he or she so desires. Number 12, the report of committees shall be subject to amendments and substitutes from the floor of the convention, the same as other motions and resolutions. Number 13, when a question is pending before the convention, no motion shall be in order except to recess the convention, to refer for the previous question, to table indefinitely, to table for a specific time, to divide or amend, which motions shall have precedence in the order named. Number 14, issues may be decided in any parliamentary manner, but a call of the roll is in order when supported by 30% of the delegates present at the time of demand. 15, when a roll call has been taken and all delegates present have had an opportunity to record their votes, the ballot shall be declared closed. Number 16, when a roll call ballot has been ordered, no adjournment shall take place until the results have been announced. Number 17, it will require 2/3 of the seated delegates to hold a night session. If a night session is held, the assembly hall shall be declared of all delegates by 11 o'clock p.m. 18, international representatives shall have the privilege of the floor on any matter of business governed by the same rules as all other delegates. Number 19, Robert's Rules of Order shall govern all matters not herein provided, respectfully submitted by the Rules Committee, composed of the following people: Marvin Taylor, Chairman; Cecil Shelton, Vice Chairman; W.O. Stanley; Alzada Clark; Mary Tucker. Mr. Chairman, I offer a motion that the rules as read and corrected be adopted.
Okay, you've heard the motion to adopt the rules with one change, and that is that the convention will convene at 9 a.m. on Wednesday morning instead of 9:30, as it states in the original proposal. Do we have any discussion on the motion? You ready for the question? All in favor of the motion to adopt the rules signify it by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried and so ordered. Now we're in business. Thank you, Brother Chairman. I am going to deviate slightly from the printed agenda. I want to recognize a number of guests that I'm fearful might leave shortly. I want to make sure that we recognized them and acknowledged their presence. I'm fearful that maybe one or two of them might have left when the senator left out. Fannie Neal with the AFL-CIO Cope staff. Is Fannie still here? Got her stick her head in the door. I'm recognizing her. We'll see if they can get her. If she can't, we'll try to do that a little later. I was afraid she might have left. Fanny's a very special person to this organization, those of you that don't know her. We'll just hold that a minute, see if they can find her. I'm going to delay introducing Nick Zonerick because he's going to be here on the podium with us come Wednesday morning. Steve Williams with the Machinists Union, who is presently heading up the Industrial Union Department Coordinated Organizing Program in North Mississippi. Where's Steve? Steve? Well, okay, we'll back up. There's Fanny standing at the back, Fanny Neal with the National Cope Staff. Fanny, I wanted to acknowledge your presence, let everybody know you was here. You'd come up, we'd like to have you have an opportunity to have a word to say. Perhaps you would. If you would, come on up. We'd like to give you an opportunity to say a couple of words. We don't get you in this state often enough or long enough, you know. There's Steve Williams. Steve, I've deviated from the program slightly. I wanted to recognize a lot of distinguished guests before you left. So stand up and take a bow. I just introduced you a few minutes ago. Steve Williams. Come on, Fanny. I want to give you a chance. I want to give Fanny an opportunity to say a few words to you. Fanny Neal is from Montgomery, Alabama.
That's right.
She's out of the Amalgamated Clothing Workers Union. She's been in Mississippi on numerous occasions working with the state AFL-CIO. She is presently in our state attempting to help us elect a friendly congressman from the 4th Congressional District here in Mississippi. And I think, Fanny, that it's appropriate this time I give you a chance to say a few words. Fanny Neal.
Thank you, Claude. To all of the delegates at this convention, we're making a special appeal to each of you to use your influence with your friends, those of you who do not live in the district, to use your influence with your friends who live in the district. And let us make a reality what Senator Mondale talked about this morning, getting America moving again. Making it possible for those of us in the working forces of this country to live a little bit instead of, as Mr. Ford said last week, to spend 2 hours a week going through our garbage to help curb inflation. Let us instead ask our friends to work 2 hours a week from now through November 5th and help us elect a congressman to send to Washington who will represent us, one who will vote to override these vetoes. I don't think any of us liked it the other day when we were unable to override the veto about giving money to Turkey. We need money here. And if you resented what he said about the marshmallows and he was going to shoot you some hot turkey or some tough turkey, if you liked it, I didn't. And if you don't like it, then you can be effective by helping those of us who are working, those who live in this district, to eliminate a certain guy by the name of Thad. And I try not to ever learn my opponent's name because mistakenly you can call it at the wrong time. So let us elect Ken Dean to the Congress. I'm privileged to be here at your convention, and you'll have to forgive me if I'm moving around, but it's because we're trying to put things together so that we will have an effective organization in the black areas across this district to play a great part in electing Ken Dean. And when we send Ken to Washington, we want Ken to remember who helped him get there. And when he starts casting his votes, we don't want to let the oil companies give him that money and then he forget who sent him to Washington. Thank you.
Yeah, right. Swish, but you know what it was? She's out there helping raise COPE dollars on that desk right now. Fanny, we appreciate all you've done for us here in the state of Mississippi. I think perhaps, not too sure what your situation is, Don. You're going to be around for a while. Let me recognize a few more guests before I bring you on. Some of these people just might have to leave, and I want to acknowledge their presence at least. Ed House with the Machinists Union. Ed, you still here? Glad to have you. John Curtis with ILG, National Union Representative for the Lady Garment Workers. Somebody tell him that I did recognize him. David Stovall with the Paper Workers Union. One of my old buddies from Moss Point. Jesse Bingham with the Clothing Workers. Where's Jesse? One of the old, I started to say work horses, but I guess we ought to say work mares. Is that appropriate? Vera Ward of the ACWA staff. And we got a couple of college professors that have checked in with us, Mr. G.W. Parker of Mississippi State University and Mr. George Varral of Mississippi State University. You gentlemen still with us? Here they are up front here. Stand up and take a bow. These gentlemen like to come over and see how this labor movement operates. I suggest to them they stay around here till Monday or tonight sometime, and they'll see all of these things happening around them. The people are getting ready to elect officers. It'll happen tonight or in the morning early. That's what you're going to be interested in, I'm sure. Clayton Moss with the Steelworkers Union. Clayton still with us. Eddie Brewer of the ACWA staff. Way back in the back. Emmett E. Jarrett of ACWA staff. Frida Guyton of ACWA staff. Frida. Former member of our board. Mr. Robert Hill, organizing director for URW. Mr. Hill, are you still with us? You stepped out? Well, we'll get to him later on. I'm sure he'll be here when Mr. Abel makes his address Wednesday morning. G.W. Clark with the Rubber Workers. Way in the back. Donald Woodall of the Paper Workers. Paul Vandergriff of the Upholsterers. Jack Boucher of the Upholsterers. We'll give them all applause when I get through here. Jay, wait a minute, I don't want to introduce this fella yet. I think I'll have him on the program. Cliff King with the Paper Workers. Saw him here earlier. Where'd he get off to? B.R. Upton of the Carpenters. There he is. Delmar James of the Paper Workers. Ray Smithhart of the Rubber Workers. Stand up and let them see you, Ray. Everybody here don't know you, just most of us do. A few don't. Is SHD's in the house? He's perhaps carried the senator to the airport. Now, I asked him to do that this morning. Willie Smith of ACWA staff. Brother Smith. Jimmy Whitaker of the ACWA staff. Merle Davis of the ACWA staff. And her husband, Jennings Davis of the ACWA staff. And of course, I'm going to hold on to Nick and a couple more. I got a question to ask. I don't know if Mr. Knight's wife or my wife's arrived yet or not. Are they in the house? I'd like to recognize Mrs. Knight, Ms. Ramsey at the back. I couldn't get by without that. Let's give them all a round of applause. Good thing I thought about that one. Didn't even have a card on it either. Maybe I can get a cup of coffee when this thing's all over with, huh? Well, we've had other guests that have checked in. I'm sure that's in the audience. We haven't had the name presented to me yet. Maybe this is one. Okay, I'll make this announcement before we break up. I'm sure there are other delegates with us, and I'll attempt to recognize you before the day is over. We're privileged to have with us today a gentleman that I have known for a number of years. You notice he's on the program. Honorable Don Slayman, the Deputy Director of the FFL-CIO Department of Organization and Field Services out of Washington. I have a little trouble with that word now since they've reorganized Don. I just told Don this morning I was going to introduce him as a representative to President Meany, that he'd be here this morning bringing greetings from his office and say anything else he might have on his mind. He said that's a good way to do it. But I've been knowing Don for a number of years. When I first met Don Slayman, he was head of the Civil Rights Department of the FFL-CIO, and he had a tough job. Tom Knight and myself visited with him not too long after the two of us was elected to office. And when I announced that who I was and where I was from in his office that day, I could see some secretaries cringing a little bit because a couple of white labor leaders were visiting the Civil Rights Department from the state FFL-CIO in Mississippi. But after settling down a little bit and after understanding the purpose of our visit, then they began to relax a little bit. And from that point on, I'm happy to say that we've had a very good relationship with not only Don Slayman in the Civil Rights Department of the National FFL-CIO, but of each and every department within the AFL-CIO. Frankly, had it not been for the support that this organization received from the national organization back in the early and middle 60s, we'd have just about have gone out of business. Now, many of you delegates present today, I'm sure, are attending your first convention. Many of you are not aware of the struggles and the tribulations that we've gone through here in the state of Mississippi. And I can assure you of one thing, it wasn't easy, but the executive board of this organization made a determination back in those dark days that this organization was going to stand for what was right, and that we might lose a lot of members, but when it was all over with, we was going to be justly proud of this organization. And I think the group represented here today, the size of this delegation, indicates that our position was correct and that it was worth all of those trials and tribulations that we went through during that dark period in our state's history. I want to say one other little thing before I introduce the speaker. I have received a lot of praise and accolades from a number of people around the nation, not just in the state of Mississippi, about the job that I've done as president of this organization. But I just want to acknowledge the fact here this morning that Claude Ramsey hasn't been doing all of these things by himself. As I mentioned last night in a dinner meeting with a senator, you know, there's been some other people involved in this fight for human dignity that we've had in the state. Had it not been for the type of support that Tom Knight and Claude Ramsey had as the two principal officers of this organization, Mr. Slayman, had it not been for the support of such people as are now in the audience, and especially the executive board of the organization back in the middle 60s, you know, we just wouldn't be around, and you wouldn't be able to get up here and praise the work done by Tom Knight and Claude Ramsey. I just wanted to acknowledge that here this morning before I bring on the next speaker. So without any other ado, without taking any more of his time, it's my pleasure to present to you Brother Donald Slayman.
Thank you, Mr. President. First, I want to bring greetings from President George Meany to Claude Ramsey, Tom Knight, the Executive Board, and the delegates of the Mississippi State AFL-CIO. And I want to mention that he does know and is pleased that over the years, the Mississippi State Federation has increased not only in influence but in its affiliations and in the scope of this organization. Now, Claude told you the story briefly of how we first met, but he didn't tell you the details, and I think they're rather interesting. At that time in the early 60s, I had a secretary who was born in France and who knew a little about the American labor movement, but learned just enough about civil rights that when two gentlemen of fair size walked into the office and asked if this were the Civil Rights Department, and she recognized that they had some kind of Southern accent, she did come into my office a little shaken and said, there are two gentlemen want to see you in the Civil Rights Department. I said, well, send them in. She said, well, are you sure you want to see them? And I said, well, I don't know of anything that'll be too difficult to handle. And then Claude and Tom came in. Claude walked up to my desk and pounded on the desk with his fist and said, is this year the Civil Rights Department? And I thought, oh, here it comes. And he said, I want to know who I can see in this town to see that Negroes get the right to vote, because till they do, we're not going to move in the labor movement. And I helped him. I took him over to a meeting of the Leadership Conference on Civil Rights, and I guess he made about the most militant speech there on how we got to get moving in Washington if the labor movement's going to get moving in Mississippi. And I'll never forget that time, because there were many people in this country, not only outside the labor movement, but inside, who, if you mentioned Mississippi, thought, well, we had unions there, but they were sort of more backward than in the rest of the country. And it was pretty clear that although they may have had tougher problems, that there were a lot of people in the rest of the country that could learn something from the labor movement in Mississippi. Now, last week I was up in New York, and although I've moved out, I still attend meetings of the Civil Rights Committee meeting, and I attended a meeting up there that the Civil Rights Committee had. And after the session Wednesday, we all went down to another office, the Office of the Recruitment and Training Program that has a Mississippi affiliate in Pascagoula. And they had a little reception there for a grand old man of the American labor movement, A. Philip Randolph. He's 86, going on 87. He finally retired from the Executive Council of the AFL-CIO last August. And that was a very interesting reception. There were about 300 to 400 people there, the majority of them young blacks, but there were representatives of every major political figure in New York. The mayor's representative, the borough president's representative, the representative of Hugh Carey, who'll be the next governor of New York, first Democratic governor in I don't know how long. I think maybe since I left New York State. And Lane Kirkland, the Secretary-Treasurer of the AFL-CIO, I don't know if many people know this, from Camden, South Carolina originally, presented a plaque to Phil Randolph, and it was the resolution passed by the Executive Council in August upon receiving word of his intention to resign. Phil Randolph didn't speak long, but he said something of tremendous interest in this country. He said to this audience, as I mentioned, the majority of them were young blacks from Harlem and Bed-Stuy, that the most important institution for workers in this country, black and white, and for the black community as a whole, was the American trade union movement. That its program was what was needed to continue from whatever progress has been made up to now. Now, I want to mention this and one other thing that happened in New York, because I think it's relevant to the things that Senator Mondale was talking about. Phil Randolph's protege, Bayard Rustin, the man who organized the March on Washington, the next morning spoke to the Civil Rights Committee. And he too said something of great significance. He said that although this country has plenty of civil rights problems left, and you just have to read the news about Boston to see it, that more and more the issues facing the black communities in this country are economic and social. To a greater and greater degree, even more than the problems of equality and equality of opportunity, because we've made significant progress on those. And he said, and I'll never forget this, that if everybody in Harlem turned white tomorrow morning, their economic position, their schools, their housing opportunities, their job opportunities wouldn't change significantly. And if everybody in Appalachia turned black tomorrow morning, there would be no affluence in Appalachia. And he concluded by saying what Phil Randolph had said, that the most important institution in this country, and it's far from perfect, is the American trade union movement. Now, these might be very nice, very wise generalizations for universities and schools, and God knows when you read what comes out in many cases, they need this kind of information and analysis. But the real importance of these two statements by Phil Randolph and Bayard Rustin is far more significant than whether our writers and teachers and economists and political scientists get a little more precise in what they're studying and writing. It's that unless we can keep this labor movement together and moving, this country, if not the whole world, is in pretty bad shape. I listened very carefully to what Senator Mondale said, and the only thing I would differ on most of what he said is he didn't sound pessimistic enough. I grew up in the Depression. I lived through the Depression. I'm sure this country can live through and conquer the problems we have today. But I'm scared. I haven't been this scared since I was in World War II, and then only when the shells were flying. Because while we were lucky to get Nixon out of the White House, listening carefully and watching carefully and finding President Ford, a much more appealing character, there's not one whit of confidence in the advisors and the policies coming out of there to dealing with our economic problems, not one bit of confidence that one could get unless you put on the rosiest kind of colored glasses. As a matter of fact, although I don't look for bad news, I get the feeling more and more that as things get worse and worse, we're beginning to hear something like Herbert Hoover. Unemployment rises, and all you hear is balance the budget. Real wages of the mass of the people go down, and all you hear is tighten your belts, you gotta sacrifice. There is no sensitivity to what's needed to even start on the job. Because as President Meany has been saying for months now, over and over again, at union conventions, at summit meetings, and press conferences, how much failure have we had in economic policy from this administration and its predecessor before they start changing their tune, before they start changing the ball game. And it's pretty clear that the only thing they have to think about, whether it's on recession or inflation, is soak the workers. They almost sound like Huey Long used to sound, soak the rich, soak the workers. And even when they do say some little thing about, we know that the poor have problems, their only answer is let the near poor pay to see that the poor don't get too much more poor. And that's not going to work. Now, we have our first chance to do something about this a few weeks from now. I don't mean we're going to solve the problem in the congressional elections, but there's no question that there's a chance to give a real message, a repudiation of the stand-pat and regressive policies of the administration. And if we get, as I expect we will, and that's why Ford's running all around the South now yelling against the veto-proof Congress, as if this is something that's really to worry about. If we get a good infusion into this Congress of some more liberal and Cope-endorsed congressmen, we'll at least be on the road to first shaking up the administration and then putting the tools into Congress to get some alternatives. Now, I am not a great optimist these days that all we got to do is get some Democratic majorities and we're going to be sitting pretty. We got plenty of our Democratic friends who are as strong reeds to lean on as a feather could bear. We still have to keep our own ranks, our own strength, our own programs, our own policies, pushing and pushing and pushing at the congressional level, at the state level, at the local level. And we have a long, long ways to go before we have the kind of effectiveness in our labor movement that we need. Claude mentioned that I've changed jobs, that the organization department is being reorganized into Department of Organization and Field Services. And the purpose of that change by the officers and Executive Council of the AFL-CIO is a very simple one. How can we improve the communication and the technical assistance from the National Federation out to the field and get sensitive in Washington to a greater degree of the needs of the field back into the center? We have a very potentially powerful institution in the American labor movement. We represent over 14 million people and their families. We have 115 odd international unions with over 60,000 locals. We have 50 state federations and over 700 central bodies. We have thousands and thousands and thousands of active people participating in the most democratic process this world's ever seen. Local unions, central bodies, district councils, state federations, international unions. And this is what we have to match the multi-millions and billions of the corporations that have their own program and their own agenda. But while it's a potentially powerful institution, whenever I read the papers of that powerful labor movement, big labor along with big business and big corporations, and every day they exaggerate how much more money we've thrown into and are ready to throw into elections. You'd think that the labor movement bought the elections in the last 30 years. 7 million, 50 million. Where can we find this, though, Claude?
Want some of it. Give us our share.
It's not only that we can't find it in Mississippi, there's never enough anywhere else. I imagine that one or two people on the other side of the fence could match our total contributions. I know that when we got the exposures of Watergate, I was more shocked by how many $1 million Comback and company shook down than I was of everything else they did. You never read about that in the press and saw it on television. If we give $10,000 to a Senate campaign, big labor money, but they were shaken down so much they couldn't even distribute it. They had to send courier pigeons around with satchel cases in order to hide it, not only in the United States, but in other countries, till they could figure out how to use it best. They never did use it all. I guess they're using it up now in legal fees. But the fact is that we can triple and quadruple our effectiveness in our legislative program, in our political program, in our organizing programs, in our collective bargaining programs. And that's a job we have to do, because we've come a long way, but we got a longer way to go. Not only to see that the American workers maintain the best standard of living in the world, but that it keep improving. Not only that we take care of ourselves and our families, but really that we keep everybody else in shape, including the people that are usually our opponents. They don't know how to take care of themselves. They're so greedy that they hurt themselves, and it's very interesting. With the banks doing better than they've ever done, we got bank failures. With profits being bigger than they've ever been, we have a declining stock market. You know, I don't know how these experts figure out how to do it. How they created inflation and recession at the same time. How they create a shaky stock market with big profits. How they create bank failures with exorbitant bank profits. The only one I can figure out is about the oil companies. They expose themselves pretty easily. They need bigger profits to invest in finding more oil because we got a shortage. So you pick up the paper the day after they make the statement and an oil company is buying a circus. Do you know that one of the major oil companies bought Barnum and Bailey's to invest their money in? I don't know how that's going to find more oil. And then there was another oil company wanted to buy out a chain department store. In other words, it's a lot of malarkey about them needing these profits for investment for oils, that they need them for the good of the country. They're so busy figuring out how to maximize their profits, they can't even use the IQs they got how to keep their business sound. But they do get away with too much. If we took care of our problems, that is, in the Congress, in the tax programs, in the housing programs, in programs that will guarantee moves towards full employment, the way they take care of not their conditions, not their business, but just their profits, we'd have utopia. We really would. And we're not going to achieve that. But we can keep building a better movement. And I want to repeat what I said about President Meany's greetings. He's pleased at the way this job has been going on in the past 10 years, and confident, as I am, that it will keep going on better in the future. And I just want to add on one thing. I don't know Mississippi well, but I do know that if you're able to elect a guy like Ken Dean to the Congress for Mississippi, it's not only going to be one extra congressman, he's not only going to be help here, but it's going to be something affecting the whole country. Because if we can get the kind of votes on economic and labor issues that we expect out of Ken Dean in Congress, it's going to be something to hold up for some congressmen from New York and Michigan and Georgia and other places in the country. I think it is of major significance if you can pull off that kind of political miracle of electing a Ken Dean from Mississippi. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Don. We appreciate those remarks very much. We hope that you still got a little money up there, because we are just about busted with this Ken Dean thing, man. We had to put the bite on everybody for money. And if possible, we might get a little social thing going around tonight if you still know how to do that, you know. Well, Miss Clyburn, please, will you please come up front, Miss Clyburn? Yonder either, but she's getting ready to get on there. She don't know about it yet. You getting ready to get on the agenda? Come on up. Have a seat. I'm going to introduce you to the delegates. Before I do, I've got a few remarks. Come on up here and sit down. You know, we had an awful lot of trouble trying to find a place to have this convention. As a matter of fact, we moved it around about 4 or 5 different times. And it's beginning to be a question in my mind is whether we're going to ever have this thing or not. It looked like we might even have to put it off. And we started out here. They had plans to build this motel. And they wasn't getting along too good, so we decided we better go down someplace else. We tried out the Heidelberg, and then things began to happen down there. It looked like they might be going out of business, so we moved it over to the Hilton. And, of course, it wouldn't have cost you but $20 a night for a single over there. But then we discovered that they were having financial difficulties, and it looked like they might be ready to close down. So we came back out to this location. They had this motel under construction. And we sat down with this young lady up here on the podium, and we said, "Young lady, we're having trouble finding a place to have our convention. Would it be possible for us now to reschedule that previously canceled convention with you?" And she said, "Yes, we'd be very happy to have you." So we sat down then, and we worked out an arrangement, the date and what have you for the convention. And this young lady was the young lady that we sat down with and discussed a problem with. The thing I wanted to tell you was that my co-worker Thomas Knight, the secretary-treasurer of this organization, spent a lot of time out here, supposedly, making arrangements for the convention. Every now and then I'd miss Tom, and I'd ask the secretary, "Where's Tom Knight?" "Well, he's out at the Holiday Inn working on convention problems." Well, I bought that for a little while. A little bit later, I paid a visit out here with him myself to take a look at the situation. And I discovered that Tom Knight had virtually taken over the management of this hotel. And I'm sure that many of you, in order to get in this hotel, had to contact Tom Knight for a reservation, now didn't you? Right? Well, you know, I decided before it was all over with that there was a lot more involved than Tom Knight visiting the Holiday Inn, and I hope Ms. Knight doesn't take this too seriously. But Tom did spend an awful lot of time out here trying to get things worked out for this convention, and I felt it would be appropriate at this time for me to recognize Miss Clyburn with the hotel and let her bring you greetings of the hotel and say anything else that she might have on her mind. We're delighted that you got the convention, you got the motel ready. I was a little fearful about this thing here about Friday night, I believe it was. We had a meeting over here, the machinist group, and I heard somebody beating on a hammer and walked around here and looked, and here was a man and his wife up here building this stage. Can you believe that? A man and his wife built this stage. Miss Clyburn, it's all yours. Come on up and have a word to say. Miss Clyburn with the hotel.
Mr. Knight did spend a great deal of time out here. The biggest thing he was looking for was someone to loan him $5. If any of you have $5, I hope you'll get in touch with him. He needs it badly. In behalf of the entire staff of the Holiday Inn North, we want you to know that you're so welcome here. We know that you've experienced some problems. There's a problem of parking. We've been in this property now for about 2 weeks, and we're just so appreciative that you'll put up with us and these little inconveniences and come back to see us. You can see over here we're still working on one of the windows. I hope the television camera didn't catch that this morning. I had a lady up sewing all night last night, and I talked to her at 6:30 this morning. She said, "I have one of the windows fixed, and I'm going to have the other one for you tomorrow." So you're just great to put up with these little inconveniences, and we're so appreciative. We hope that you'll come back and visit with us any time that you can. Mr. Sala, who is our innkeeper. Mr. Sala, did you make it back there? Here he is. Come out where everybody can see you, Mr. Sala.
He's the official complaint receiver, right?
This is Mr. Sala. He is our innkeeper. He has asked me to relate to you that the door to his office is open the entirety of your visit with us. Please feel free to call on him if he can do anything for you. And of course, you know the door to my office is open. We're all here to serve you in whatever way that we can. From the bellman who met you at the front door to the people who are in the kitchen at this moment preparing your lunch. We are here to serve you. You make your needs known to us. Thank you so much for coming. We appreciate your business, and we hope that you'll be back with us often.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Miss Cliburn. You know, I had a problem when I got into the hotel myself that you ought to hear about, Miss Cliburn, before you leave. I got in that newfangled suite that you gave us on the house. I want everybody to understand I'm not paying for that thing. It's compliments of the hotel. Some of you have been over to see me, and my God, what a layout you got. Well, you know, that's compliments of the house, but I had a problem. I had a TV set in that room, and I couldn't find a place to turn the thing on and off on, you see? And, I fumbled around with that thing for 2 or 3 hours. I couldn't figure out where to turn it on or off, and I finally got SHD's in, who has an electrician's card, and he says, well, the thing is over here on the table. Now, and if any of you have had the same problem I have, there's a button over here on the table that you push to turn that thing on. Then I had another problem, Miss Cliburn. I like froze to death last night. And I couldn't find out how to turn off that air conditioner to save my soul. And I got up and stumbled around half the night trying to turn that thing off. And I can't see very good anyhow. And finally, I discovered a little thing on that dooflink over there in the corner, and it says push. And I started to push it, and nothing happened. And I finally got mad and just raised up and beat hell out of that thing, and the little thing flew open, and you can turn that thing off. So if you have that problem, that's what you do, okay? What did you say? No, I got it off. No, I've got it off. Okay. That's the, what's the room? Bella Vista room? Bella Vista. Okay. We now will... Good. We're running ahead of schedule here now. That's good. Because we need the time. Believe you me, we've got a lot to do. And it's good to see that we're moving a little ahead of schedule. At this point, we'll see if there's any committee chairman got any announcements. Brother Fly has asked me to announce that the Resolutions Committee will meet in the Bella Vista room right after the noon recess, and I assume if we recess early, Brother Fly, you want them to meet immediately upon adjournment, right?
If we adjourn early, we could, yeah.
Right. Well, I think we're going to be able to adjourn a little early, and I would urge you to have these committee meetings and try to get to work on your resolutions, because we're going to need this time a little later on in the convention. So the Resolutions Committee will meet in the Bella Vista. Is that one of the rooms in the far corner back?
Turn right at the elevator and it's on the left.
It's on the left in that far corner, right?
Right.
What about the other committee, the COPE committee, Brother Woodson? You want to make an announcement, or is he present? Let me see. We're going to be pushed for time before we get through the next 2 days, so we need to make use of the time that we have here. We're going to have, looks like, about 15 minutes time before we recess for lunch. Brother Schaefer, you are vice chairman of that committee. Would it be asking too much to ask you to convene the Education, COPE, and Legislative Committee immediately upon recess in one of the rooms in the corner back there. We'll see if we can get Brother Woodson with you. You got several resolutions that won't take too long, and we need to get some of those things out of the way as time will permit. I have been asked to announce that the URW, that's the Rubber Worker delegates, would you please meet in the front of this room immediately after recess for lunch. The chair now recognizes Brother Goodman for an announcement.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask all of the delegates of the Columbus and Vicinity Central Labor Union to meet with me in room 495 immediately upon adjournment for lunch here.
And room 495?
Columbus CLU delegates.
But some of them might not know what towns and areas. You might tell them West Point, Columbus, that general vicinity.
I feel they all know, but I
Think they
will.
all know?
Louisville, which takes in
Louisville?
West Point, Columbus, Macon, and up in Monroe County, Aberdeen and Amory.
Room 495, right? Do we have any other announcements before we recess here for lunch? Good. All right, that's good. I'm happy to see us gain a little time. We'll need it later. There's no other business or any announcements to be made at this time. We're going to recess the convention and ask you to be back here promptly at 1:30. Brother Smithwhite? What? Rubber workers in the front, right? Okay, 1:30 sharp.